There we go. Seems to be live now. Hello everyone here. Time course for all the animes, right? I'll be going over all the animes for this season. I watched all the trailers, or some of them have read the manga, whatever, right? Let's have a One Piece, obviously before, but we're gonna go over all the animes, right? Coming up this season. Say, which are the good ones, which are the bad ones, which do I expect to be popular or whatever, right? And then of course generally discuss which would I review and react to myself as well, right? But also generally, and I say this every time, that how to say it? Let's say I react to 10 animes a season, right? Or review or whatever. I still might watch 10 more, right? You know what I mean? So there's some animes I don't like react to, even though I really enjoy them or whatever, and vice versa and so on sometimes. But overall, here, new order animes, and using live short as always, right? I'm gonna go over from popularity. I think the easiest, usually going by popularity. And obviously, we're gonna start with talking about like ReFantazio and so on, right? I mean, it's pretty obvious. It's gonna be the most popular anime. That is pretty obvious. But yeah, so we're gonna do here. I'm gonna zoom in on that thing here, and we go over first 10 shows, like full seasons, and after that we're gonna go over what's it called, per movie, OVAs movies. Well. Yeah, I always find it funny. I always find it funny, right, with like OVAs and movies, stuff like that, right? Because they're always better. The reason why, if you didn't know, is because in Japan, right, the laws are different when it comes to like anime and movies and so on. So it's much easier, right, to do different stuff with like an OVA than an anime. Let's just see one thing works here. Before we start. Yeah, there we go. Hear the sound? Yes, he was great. Okay, good. Sorry about that. Need to verify that it worked there. I need to shut up. And press this thing here then. So, yeah, there we go. Maybe it should be a little more. What do you prefer? Okay, the title. Maybe zoom in one less. Nah, I think it's better this, right? One per show. Yeah, whatever. Maybe that then. So, isekais, guys. So every season, right, got a bunch of konosubas now, but this is a thing, right, for almost every season, is that you have so many isekais, right? It's also a thing, it's kind of, kind of joke about it. This is then Sentai, so like Seirei Gensouki, Segai, what it's called. Should we go with season 2, which is a pretty decent isekai. So I've seen the first season, but honestly, I didn't finish it. I didn't think it was like that amazing. I thought it was like an okay first season so far, and I don't know. I mean, this anime, correct me if I'm wrong, but I just felt it. I'm not gonna call it like generic trash or whatever. I don't think it's like terrible. It's not like one of like animes where you're like, oh my god, it's terrible. But nothing really impressed me either. You just kind of it was an isekai that just kind of worked, But it wasn't an amazing. It wasn't obviously the next anime coming here. It's much better. It wasn't really like anything special, nor was it like memorably really bad either. Yeah, it wasn't one of these like incredibly like isekai trash 0 out of 10 animes either. To me, it felt like a very like 7 out of 10, very mid anime. Yeah, so because honestly, if it was worse, then I probably would have finished it. Some animes, right? The whole idea that it's so bad that it's good, right? Yeah. If it was so incredibly terrible, then I might actually keep watching it. Instead, I was just kind of like in the middle. So I don't know. I'm not starting in my personal opinion. Here we go. Obviously, R0. Who is this blue-haired girl, right? This is also gonna be a big question. Who is this person, right? Obviously, I don't think I have to explain this too much here for any anime fan out there, right? But obviously, R0 is like one of the greatest anime of all time. You obviously see the thumbnail into the video here, right? And R0 is like, yeah, he's like the best anime. I mean, I will go so far to say, right, that R0 is like the best anime ever made, right? I think a lot of people agree with me on that. It's just an amazing anime. So it's hard here, if you haven't seen it yet, it's hard here for me, right, to explain why, because you get massive spoilers then, right, because it's a very heavy, like, drama anime, a lot of twists and turns and so on, right, but for anyone who hasn't seen it yet, very simple premise, is that Subaru get isekai, so yes, an isekai again, an other world, whatever, fantasy anime, and he then dies all the time, right? But every time he dies, he's stuck in this like time loop, Groundhog Day situation, right? So he kind of replays the day he died on, maybe a few more days. Different depends on it. Basically, when he dies, he has like a checkpoint. It's kind of like he's playing a video game and he doesn't know exactly where the checkpoint is. So when he dies, right, he might go back 5 days, or maybe it's 1 day, and then the next time he dies, he probably will return to the same place again until he kind of beats the current puzzle basically, or the boss, right? And that doesn't spoil too much here, but that's one thing I like in the anime, that he can time travel, but it's clearly no control over it, right? So what if someone dies, and then he passes into like the next state basically, right? Then the person will actually stay dead, right? Because he actually can't go back in time. He can go back, I mean, to save someone if he dies himself, right? But if he accidentally, so to speak, triggers the next time zone or whatever, right? He can't go back and so on. So I'm trying to spoil it, right? But it's a lot of that stuff, a lot of mystery. You got Emilia there, right? She got a lot of mystery. You got this blue-haired girl for some reason, and it's a bunch of stuff. It's an incredible anime, and yeah, probably the best isekai ever made. That or like Mushoku Tensei, right? Basically, obviously Konosuba from a writing stamp, but not. But Konosuba, for me, right, it's like Konosuba, of course, is the most best comedy anime, right? And in any one way, Konosuba is, of course, my favorite isekai. But I think it's like kind of unfair sometimes to compare like Konosuba or to ReZero or whatever, right? Even though they're like bros, Subaru and Kazuma in Isekai Quartet, the spin-off with the cross spin-off, and so on, right? And the movie. They're like best friends, but track shoot guys. But I mean, it's kind of like hard to compare them, right? Because like one of them is very very dramatic, and the other one is just kind of just completely comedy, right? So I feel they're both like talented animes, but they're very very different. The Mushoku Tensei is like somewhere in between that, where it's also very dramatic, very much out with the last season, but also a little more, comedy. Yeah, I'd say ReZero is more serious, probably the potential, right? Potentially somewhere in the middle there, where it can both be like drama and somewhat parody comedy sometimes, depending on the episode or whatnot, right? But those are obviously my three top isekais, and overall I like other isekais too, equal like Tanya, and so on, right? But basically, ReZero is like the best thing ever. Obviously, ReZero is the best anime comedy season. Yeah, I mean, it's just like it really is no competition here, right? It is incredible written storyline. I love time traveling thing generally. Like well written time travel is just really interesting. I kind of rules work, the main character, all the mystery, and all these coming together. I mean, I've seen the first episode already. I've seen the first episode at the convention, and like how it all comes together right now. All these bad guys are coming at the same time. This tree here looks really, really good. Like everyone is like, all the bad guys are coming, but all the other good guys are coming too. So it's like a little bit of a like massive war arc kind of thing. I mean, I'm only, but this looks even more hype than last season. So I think this season 2 is weaker than first season. Yeah, season 1 is probably better because it's just like all these new ideas from the author is really interesting. Season 2 is like some of the twists are coming together, right? But season 3 I feel is going to be a lot more like all of this character in a more conflict. So I'm extremely hyped. This is obviously my number one by far then. And also the anime, of course, I'm going to focus on going forward this season, right? Obviously, we're going to review and react. We're going to talk a lot about these animes. If you like, subscribe. So, if you have, subscribe. If you want to see ReZero content, this is obviously the channel here. Yeah, obviously we did this blue-haired girl and so on. Hopefully, she's going to have some seats too eventually. Hopefully, yeah, god damn it. But yeah, it's coming out on Monday, right? I believe it's Monday or Tuesday. It's 2nd October. It's Wednesday. What's it? Gotta think more on. That's Monday or Tuesday. No, that's Wednesday. Yeah, yeah. Next week. Oh yeah, and lastly, the timer there sounds really weird. I haven't never seen anime gotten that time before, so it's probably because the first episode is 90 minutes long, and it really is. So I don't think that timer. So the first episode is very long. So the timer is probably not accurate for second episode 2. It's probably used for this first episode. It's probably released like 2 hours early or something. So we might guess at this, because otherwise it sounds a really weird time frame to release an anime. So it's probably why. Just guessing. I hope so at least, because otherwise it's kind of weird. Anyway, then we got Arifurata. Oh yeah, no, I forgot to put Arifurata in the thumbnail. Oh no, not Bunny Girl. I forgot my beloved Bunny Girl, Sheila. And obviously Sheila is the best character. Oh no. We're gonna bring it up here. So yeah, Arifurata, season 3. Also an isekai. This season has a lot of isekais. I mean, as you always have, but this season in particular has a lot of isekais. Certainly so. And yeah, Arifurata is the worst isekai ever. No, but Arifurata is so bad. Like, it's so incredibly bad. At least from my animation standpoint, right? Arifurata has that famous dragon nail scene in first season with Tia. Yeah, it's so incredibly bad. It could be literally the ugliest anime scene of all time when he recruits the dragon lady. Yeah, like it is such an incredibly ugly scene. Seriously. But anyway, in this season, we're gonna follow Bunny Girl Sheila as the main character. It's like her, the bunny people are standing up and so on. Yeah, look at the trailer. It's mostly like the bunny girls, other bunny girls, assassin fighting. So it looks really terrible, like CGI. I'm not gonna show it here because it's kind of like, yeah, this anime is interesting. I do wanna remember that people got copyright strikes for this anime sometimes. This anime is a little bit weird on that. Yeah, it's one of those like copyright animes a little bit. So we must show it here. But anyway, this Bunny Girl, she's the best character in anime. So a little bit I'm actually looking forward to it because she seems to be like the main focus of the 3rd season. So I kind of like that though. But basically it's bully all the time. But what I say about Arifurata? Arifurata is like, to be fair, when the first season was released, it wasn't as cliche yet, but now I feel there's been like 50 other anime with the same premise. But also there have been other stuff before this too, right? Basically, the main character is isekai with all of his classmates, and he gets the worst power, right? And then it takes like one episode has the best power. Yeah, yeah. It's like, and there are more animes. Don't worry, there are more animes in this list here. They're gonna have exactly the same Arifurata backstory, right? Where it's just like, oh no, I got the worst power ever until I, max level or whatever. Yeah. Oh, it's become the most cliche part ever. I mean, honestly, there's something more I feel cliche right now when it comes to isekais. That isekais, right, where the main character starts out really weak. Oh, I have the worst fruit of all. Then like episode 2, where actually it unlocks this super dragon power or whatever. Yeah. Oh, I can only level up poison spells, but then I can kill everything with poison. I don't know. Like that was something stupid, right? This is this anime, 100%. Anyway, let's keep on. Obviously, One Piece keeps going forever. Tower God keeps going. Everyone hates it. Yeah, Tower God is like, I think people are over dramatic over it, but I agree though. It's so ugly sometimes. So if I have an image of it from last week, I took an image of it last week. That's a wrong one. Oh, this one is cute though. It's slime. Might have one here. I think I have one. I took an image and everything's like Vistoria. See, it's from the same day. Come on. Because it's really, really ugly. Like, it's really, really ugly, right? Okay, didn't save that. Sorry about that. But it is incredibly ugly. Like, when they have these, like... I wonder if we can find something. Tower of God. I don't think it's as ugly as people are saying, but I do agree that some of the still frames, especially when they're standing and so on, are just ridiculous. There's some still frames, like when they're like talking in their launch or whatever, that looks absurd. I can't find anything, whatever. But basically, it's like, it looks pretty ugly, right? And every time they're having like these normal like conversations with the characters, it looks just insane. It just looks absurd. Like I never seen something in my life that looks as bad. It's like remarkably ugly. Like seriously, yeah. Like I do agree with that. So I don't know if I actually keep watching it because I mean, just to be honest, guys, I think I keep saying I think it still is watchable. I don't think it's that bad, but basically, maybe everyone just hates me, right? But my viewers and likes or whatever, so to speak, from watching this anime has massively disappeared. Yeah, so it feels like everyone just dropped the anime except me basically. So I used to get like thousands of views per video. Now I get like 200. So it's like no one cares. I'm like, yeah, okay, everyone can drop this anime. So say, oh, here we go now. Freya. Oh my god. Here we go. Freya is finally in focus. This I think is really great, right? Now we're gonna go over here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Look at that. I was gonna censor her. No, but this is I think this is really good here. Honestly, I think this is really good, right? Because the thing is that DanMachi, season 5, guys. It's actually one of my favorite animes. It's really great. La Belle Kun. Vistoria, for that matter, has been really good, right? Same author. Vistoria won and Sword. Great episode. Last episode, I won't spoil it, but like pretty big reveal, I would say. Yeah, last episode had like a massive twist reveal, right? That I have been a little bit spoiled on, because people have mentioned it several times in the comment section. So I was like, yeah, it's probably true, but anyway, Vistoria also been really great, but I definitely prefer DanMachi. Last season was really good, season 4. We're stuck in the dungeon. It's actually probably the best season. Yeah, I think the worst season of DanMachi is season 3. Season 3 was the weak one, really elaborate. That wasn't that interesting with the evil. Nah, died the lost thing. That was the weakest part. Season 2, of course, hot as well. Amazons, that's pretty good. And obviously, in season 2 we had Freya, right? Freya being this like secondary antagonist or like a secret antagonist, right? And so I am very excited. I love DanMachi, and I'm very, very excited at finally seeing Freya being the main character, or sorry, the main antagonist. But whatever, being the main focus like that. Her finally being the main. We see how it goes. I'm obviously anime only, but given the trailers, right? Freya is finally, see the image, she's finally in the focus. And, her guild members drive, which are very powerful, are showing the trailers on. So they're probably going to be impactful there. I'm assuming that they have dates with Syv, whatever. Somehow she's Freya or something, or she's probably like, daughter god, of course. I mean, I'm going to guess here, right, that her name is Syv. Syv is Thor's wife, right? So I'm guessing she's another, of course, Norse god. Freya, obviously, also Norse mythology, so that's probably it. She's probably the wife of Thor, right? Or at least traditionally. So something like that. But I'm very excited to see how this conceived with Freya, because yeah, she's been like the OG antagonist, right, from the beginning of it, the Minotaur and so on. And since 2 had a little bit better, but 3 and 4 didn't really have Freya doing anything. No, 3 and 4, Freya's just kind of in the background, not doing anything, I would say. And like I said earlier, I love season 4 though, very good, yeah, the best so far. More brutal, Ryu's backstory, Leon Ryu, all the her sisters and so on. Don't spoil here, but people saying it's very, very good. So DanMachi is an interesting anime, and it's just like an anime where I mean, it's not an isekai, but it's an anime which it feels like an isekai almost. I think a little bit, because I mean, how to say it? It's like video game rules. You know what I mean? It follows. They have levels, right? Yeah, it follows that stuff. So not isekai, but it's a fantasy anime, still clearly based on like video game stuff, right? And so on. But to some extent, I kind of liked the anime stuff, because it makes it easy to understand. Oh, this guy's level 5 and this and that and so on. It's easier to kind of convey someone's strength or whatever, or someone's limitations. Anyway, showing it Lawson 2, I want to copyright that. The anime, well, just go over the image quickly there. That anime, also pretty good anime, right? They're stuck in, not just stuck, they're just playing a video game, virtual reality. However, skipping the image quickly there, because that anime, everyone got a copyright strike basically, that did react to the anime. Yeah, I believe that was the, what's his name again? Yai by, Rock Lee. That was the anime he almost was channeled for, I think. Yeah, so basically everyone that kind of reacted to the anime got like 12 strikes, right? So let's not talk about it. No, but seriously, that's one of those animes where the company was like, we're gonna just go after everyone that mentions it. Unfortunately. It's kind of how it is sometimes. Yeah, I mean, as I said on that, sometimes on this channel here, and I think for, of course, other anime YouTubers or whatever, right? Or also some gaming as well. Sometimes, of course, you don't actually just do an anime because that has copyright issues, right? There are some games like that as well, but they're not that many. But for example, Persona 5 was like that, where if you if you stream Persona 5 further than a date in the game, because you have like days in that game, right? Very good game though. I love Persona 5, but yeah, if you stream the game at like further than day 28 or whatever, they give you like a strike. So something like that, yeah. Stuff like that, you know. So sometimes the companies are really weird, and you know, it's obviously the facts we talk about and so on. And for that matter, I'm of course very excited for ReFantazio Metaphor, which is maybe not exactly Persona 6, right? But basically feels like Persona 6, and I'm trying to get the Collector's Edition where I live, but it's sold out everywhere. But immediately, yeah, so I haven't gotten it. But worst case scenario, maybe pick up later on eBay or something. But I love Persona games, and yeah, I'm really happy for that next game. It's really interesting, and I like it going into like a more typical fantasy world as a break from typical city life. And it is not exactly Persona 6, I know, but come on, basically it's like the exact same gameplay, but you are in a fantasy world instead. It's like Persona mythology, yeah, like Persona with elves, basically. But seriously, this game year has been really great, right? You had Wukong, and we had, of course, FF7 earlier. It's been a very good game year, I feel. We also had, of course, some incredible bad games like Concord, whatever, that's born. So interesting year because there's some incredible highs and some incredible lows. But again, we still have them. This game, right? Metaphor, Fantasia, ReFantazio, right? Basically Persona 6, right? Might still be the best game this year. So that's what I was. As I have high hopes, but I really, I mean, it's my favorite genre year for you. So I'm really hyped for it, right? But if you like anime and especially like anime role playing games, and that style of it, right? You're probably gonna like the game. Yeah, if you like this anime here next to me here, right? You're probably gonna like that game too, right? If you're Persona fan, you know what I'm talking about. So bring it up here, but yeah, that might be about the best game this year. It looks really good so far though, and also it's gonna be at least the same length, I think, too. 100 hours probably play the game. Anyway, Blue Lock. What can I say? Popular anime, but I mean it's pretty straightforward, right? It's soccer anime, yeah. It's pretty straightforward. I see the first season. I did react to it in the beginning. They're playing soccer, but of course they're not like playing soccer, right? It's like soccer slash battle royale. Yeah, it's basically not exactly either. It's like they're playing soccer, but every episode or every arc, whatever you call it, is like some new kind of rules. Oh, in this episode, you have to avoid the ball or something, or in this thing, you have to defeat them by hitting them in the head with the ball or something. Yeah, it's like while running from flamethrowers. Yeah, it's a little bit like they're playing soccer with some really weird rules or whatever. That being said, though, this here is at the further into the show, so now they're like just kind of less of that, I think, and more now playing. Yeah, more playing soccer. Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I haven't seen this thing. I've only seen a little bit of it this season here, but in the manga, yeah. But I think it's a little more probably, football. But yeah, what more can I say? It's like soccer for psychopaths. Yeah. Have another anime, right? Isekai. I have the power of this season 2. Also, I don't care. I don't care about it. No, but this is like a decent isekai. But this is like the first thing. Spirit isekai. Yeah, Spirit Seirei Gensouki. Like I can't. They're both like 7 out of 6, 7, and they're kind of mid tier. I feel. I honestly, right. As I mentioned earlier, it's like you either have a 0 talented isekai, or you have this like terrible isekai. 0 out of 10, right? Or you have those two, right? And then you have these animes in the middle, which are like. It's like a mid, yeah. Like who cares? Yeah, it's like who cares, guys? Who cares? Then we have, of course, Ecchi Marin. This anime is very similar, of course, to Marin. It is very similar to to my Dress Up Darling. It's just worse. Yeah, no, but seriously, this anime, I am watching it. Don't get me wrong, I'm watching it. I did react to the episode. Don't get me wrong, I think it's pretty lovable. She is actually quite lovable, the main character. She's pretty funny. She's not as good as Marin, though. Definitely not her Lilial obsession. But basically, right, I've seen the first season now. It is quite enjoyable. It's like a girl that wants to be a cosplayer, right? And she really wants to do this annual girl, the Lilial. And yeah, and they go to like cosplay tournament, basically. Or whatever, yeah, shows and so on. And has her senpai, right, that's into cosplay and so on. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty straightforward. It's pretty fun. It's just kind of like an generally enjoyable anime. Obviously ecchi, some oppa jokes or whatever, but nothing deeper to it. But it is quite enjoyable. But it actually is kind of detailed into the cosplay thing where latest arc is kind of like combating some other cosplayer, right? And this other like veteran cosplayer is like, you looking down on me? I'm a serious cosplayer. You're a hobbyist, and yeah, you don't understand my the struggles of being a hardcore cosplay girl. I live for this, yeah. Oh damn it, let's be friends, yeah. It's kind of adorable, but it's an anime which it's always so far the anime is always like wholesome conclusion. I would say that's a spoiler. Yeah, every conflict you have with any other woman, it always ends up being like her too. It's like, oh my god, she's pretty cute. Let's be friends instead. So it's very wholesome. Oh, Bleach! Here we go, Bleach, baby. Obviously, the bleaching. God damn it, get ready for me text. I want to see my Ichigo. There we go. Obviously, Bleach. Obviously, best anime coming, right? Best anime coming this season. No, but like of all the returning animes, right, for the classic old school, obviously it's on Bleach. I think it's kind of funny that those characters there with Ichigo though. We all know they won't do shit. Why is this guy there? He's gonna be like Sand Trap. Yeah, God use him like Sand Trap. That's gonna defeat him. Yeah, that's gonna defeat the war. It's gonna do much to those guys. No, but who doesn't love Bleach, right? Classic big three. Obviously, it is by far the biggest shonen going forward this season. There's also coming like 7 Deadly Sins, for example, the remake, spin-off, yeah. So Bleach is coming back, Seven is going back, One Piece is going on, right? But easily, I think Bleach is the one you're gonna be like, yes, right? Of course. Bleach is the one you're gonna feel really hype about. It obviously is the shonen next season. That being said, though, it does air just a few hours before One Piece on the same day, and then also 7 Deadly Sins is gonna air like a few hours after One Piece. So it's gonna be a little Shonen and Fairy Tail. It's also gonna air at the same time. I think Fairy Tail airs at the same time as 7 Deadly Sins. So you're gonna have like 4 Shonen animes airing in 24 hours. So it's like Shonen. But this is the Shonen anime, of course, I'm looking forward to. And I think with One Piece in particular, I'll say to immediately, I have no problem. Okay, spoiler warning, but generally, right? I think One Piece is gonna be terrible. Yeah, seriously. I read the manga, right? I read the Bleach, but yeah, I read the manga for One Piece, and it's gonna go from this like really good start of Egghead into the worst part of Egghead. So I basically don't even watch the anime right now, One Piece. I don't even care about it now because I read it and I'm like, oh my god, no, this is the worst part of the arc. Soon it's gonna be like, no. Oh my god, yeah. No, I'm 100 times more excited for Bleach. The thing with One Piece, and I said it. Oh yeah, sorry, yeah. There's no One Piece today. Sorry, there's no One Piece manga today. But I said it for a while now in the manga reviews is that the latest arc of One Piece for animes right now is very strange because it starts out really good. It's like 10 out of 10 start of that arc, and then it's like genuinely 0 out of 10. It becomes the worst arc of all time with the Vegapunk speech thing. You know what? If you read One Piece, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, and then the Vegapunk thing starts, you're like, oh my god, Oda, this is the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. Yeah. And I bring it up here, right? Because the issue of One Piece, usually, of course, is the pacing, right? You know, fake out deaths and pacing. So One Piece has terrible pacing, okay? And with the manga, rather with the anime soon will be at, is the worst pacing of all time in One Piece, okay? One Piece again, terrible pacing, biggest issue of One Piece usually. And then where the anime is gonna be in like a month from now will be where the anime has the slowest pace, or where the manga is the slowest pacing of all time in that manga, right? Imagine how slow the anime will be, because the anime always drags out everything even further, right? In One Piece, so I don't know. Like I'm seriously probably gonna drop the One Piece anime. Like it's gonna be unwatchable. I don't know. Honestly, I might make videos about it. It'd be like, oh, this is terrible. I don't know, but it's gonna be so bad. I can't imagine them actually, increasing the pacing. It would be nice if they actually made it better and fixed the issue of the manga, but there's no way to do that. They make it worse. Oh, Dan, that's true. Is that shonen? Ruining my shonen streak here. Dan, of course, also one of the hypest anime this season, right? Same company did, Scott Pilgrim anime, yeah, Sly and Saru. I don't think they have done too many animes before. But that's the one I remember they did. It's called Pilgrim. They haven't done too many animes in recent memory. Devil May Cry Baby. Oh, yeah. It's a move. Oh, did a Star Wars anime? Where's my Scott Pilgrim? There it is. Yeah, I love this show. I bet it's awesome. Yeah, that's the last anime I did before this. Yeah, last year. It's a great anime. I thought it was really good. Yeah, really like rewriting the first Star Wars Pilgrim one. That was awesome. But anyway, the next anime is Dan Dan, and yeah, Dan Dan. I mean, obviously, it's what can I say, right? Dan Dan has unfortunately been leaked. I haven't seen it yet, of course not. But it's very unfortunate that Dan Dan, the whole anime has been leaked already. So you can literally go to like many sites and like, watch the whole anime, right? In like really bad quality, I suppose. But you can do that. And Ranma has also been leaked, right? Coming to Ranma later, 1.5, and as of course before that. I also believe that Terminator has been leaked. The anime I think has started too for that band, right? But yeah, I think Terminator, and of course it's also on Netflix leak, right? You probably heard about. I made a video about it when it happened, so there's nothing new here. But I'll say it again. I wonder how this will affect the anime, though. And unfortunately, it probably will affect the anime negative, right? Because certainly a lot of people will have seen these leaks, right? Instead of waiting for the release. And also again, I said here, actually, there was completely leaked too. Okay, just one episode, but the whole anime was leaked. I believe all the episode, same with drama, so yeah, all the episodes, which I actually have never seen before. So that's a huge thing. Yeah, never seen it before. Because usually what you see is that sometimes they leak the first episode, right? You know, episode one gets leaked because it's like they have it quite ahead of time and all that stuff, right? And changing it for dubbing, and episode one is finished before because you know the trailer usually takes the trailer and the opening usually are part of the episode one, right? So and so forth. So that is yes, episode ones are leaked quite regularly, I suppose. But a full anime, that's crazy. So that is the first time I think it's ever happened where like 4 or 5 animes, or it was more than it was like 3 or 4 anime and some movies too. Yeah, it's true. It was like 2 movies, like 4 animes that got completely leaked from Netflix, all of them. So I think we're definitely gonna see a viewer drop and so on in this anime, right? But all that being said, I think it's quite stupid, of course, to watch the leaks. I haven't watched them at all. I've seen, of course, how they look. So like, the image of it looks terrible. Yeah, like I can't. I think it's just. I think it's very sad, right? I think it's very sad when people go and watch these leaks because, I mean, I can understand it if the leaks were like perfect, 1080 quality. No, but seriously, yeah. If the leaks were the actual quality, then I could at least understand why people are doing it. But now the leaks are like really, really bad quality. So why are you gonna like ruin your experience? Because I don't want to watch the leaks. Because I don't want to experience this anime, right? I don't want my first experience of this like, new up and coming popular manga, its first anime. I don't want to experience that in like like a tenth of the quality. Yeah. So I don't get why anime watches the leaks for. For me, it's completely nonsensical. I mean, again, it's one thing like the F-Zero leak. It's just the actual episode. Because the F-Zero, I mean, I see that they actually did air it on the conventions, right? So if you went to like an anime expo or whatever, you actually could watch that F-Zero episode in actual quality. So that's not all the leak, okay? So the F-Zero leak and Netflix leaks are completely separate from completely different. So that's what I get it, okay? People watching the F-Zero, that makes sense because it's the actual quality. It's like the movie quality of Zero, right? But this leak here is like unwatchable. Like it's super bad quality. And even worse, right? I said earlier in more video, I have zero respect, right? For YouTubers or whatever, right? That are like literally like reacting and reviewing dumb leaks. Like what's wrong with you, seriously? Like what's wrong with you, right? And I hope they get strikes or whatever. 100% hope they get, banned, right? Because they obviously watch something illegal. They obviously spread that stuff. They're obviously watching pirate stuff because it hasn't been released yet, right? Yeah, but it's just a weird thing too because to me it just shows you that those YouTubers don't necessarily care about anime, right? Any YouTuber that has already reacted reviewed to Dan Dan and Ranma and so on, right? The leaks, they don't actually like anime. Like, yeah, they don't like anime because they're fake. They're 100% shielded fake because I could never do that. I keep saying it because I don't want to ruin the experience of watching Dan in like a 10th of his squad, right? Those guys are like obsessed with getting like 10 views, so they go and watch it immediately with like incredible bad quality, upload it to YouTube, and I hope these get strikes. Yeah, I hope they get banned. You know, it's just crazy, but they deserve to get that. But you ignore the whole system of YouTube or whatever and Twitch and so on. Is the whole concept of ruining your experience. It's just sad. I think it's really sad. But anyway, I made a video about that like a month ago, 2 months ago. But yeah, my opinion has changed. My opinions are the same like last time. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I haven't changed my opinion. So this anime actually use ad. I haven't seen it yet because we see the game said. I haven't seen it yet. Hito the Buchi no Isekai. But I probably won't either for that matter. So, this Isekai, right? It sounds like ReFantazio all over again. Yeah, it's just this. Oh. It sounds so boring, right? This Isekai is just the classic. Oh no, I got the worst power. I talk about Irvin Arafurata. Oh, this guy, he gets one classmate gets one power each, and of course he gets the worst power. But actually, it's the best power. You know what I mean? No, but actually, after training and leveling up a bit, this power will be the best power, and he gets like a. I see the trailer. And he gets several bad powers, I see. Like the God gives him like the 10 worst powers at the same time or something. So I'm guessing he's actually going to be pretty competent, right? Because if you combine those powers, they might be better than some cheating skill or whatever, right? But obviously it's going to be like he's weaker than the other guys to get these OP powers. But then after he levels up to level 100, he's going to be the best. You know what I mean? We've seen it before. So yeah, this anime is aired. And honestly, I have like this much feeling that I want to see it. No, but it sounds so cliche. I'm sorry, but maybe this is amazing. Maybe it's the best isekai ever. Maybe this is the greatest light novel of all time. But genuinely, this sounds like the most cliche isekai trash that I've seen in whatever this season. Yeah, it's just like, oh yes, of course, he gets all the worst powers. Oh no, he gets bullied by the bullies that wants to get some oppies. Oh no, but he actually better than them at level 10 or whatever. Yeah, fine. And he also finds some necromancer guy in a skeleton. He gives him another power up, the only he has now. And he's the best one, and it's like, oh, come on. Oh, been there, done that. I genuinely have like zero excitement to watch the show. Yeah, so it just dropped just today, like an hour ago or something. I think it was like, yeah, it dropped like an hour, 2 hours ago. Something, and I have like no desire to see it. Like seriously, I have no desire to watch it, right? And I probably said it for years now. It's so boring, this guy. You can't even bother seeing it. But correct me if I'm wrong, right? Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. So I said it once before, right? Mushoku Tensei to me sounded like that too, right? And I was an anime only, of course. I didn't know Mushoku Tensei was like the first isekai. I didn't know Mushoku Tensei was like one of the earliest isekais in the business from a right standpoint, right? I didn't know that. So when I read its like synapse and saw the trailers and so on, right? I was like, oh, it's like a isekai. Okay, maybe it's good. Yeah. It's also the same thing. It's like, yeah, maybe it's good. You know what I mean? That being said, though, Mushoku didn't have this kind of generic backstory, though. No, this sounds much more generic trash. Mushoku was an isekai, okay, so to speak, from its text, right? This here, though, is a very, cliche. What says here? Yeah, here, like bizarre skills, So if we go in the trailer, right? Let's see if I can show the mean here. I hope it's trailer. I think we have a trailer here. No, that's the wrong button. Should the mean here? Yeah, sounds on, of course. Let me turn on the sound. Don't get the copyright issues. I think there's one frame in the trailer. He gets all the powers. Here it is. Let's see. Yeah, there it is. So, in this anime, right, they have the class of picking their skills, right? So, when they're starting out, it's like 500, skills, right? And he's like the last person because of bad luck, and I'm the main character, right? Yanari is bullied. So he gets to pick last. So everyone else picks like, oh, I wanna be, I wanna be living fire, or I wanna have time power, whatever. So he gets the last power. However, God then gives him all the last powers. Yeah, immediately here it feels like ridiculous cliche, of course, but also like, come on. everyone knows this. This to me looks better than get like one power immediately, because so what happens now, right, is that he gets all the powers, right? You know what I mean? The god throws him in like, God throws him like 10 powers, so then he wakes or whatever. So you get my point. I read the first frame basically of him getting the powers. This seems very, not this is generic, but I mean like, well, obviously that's pretty good. Like, am I the only one? Like, even already that level, before he even goes into the forest and are fighting the goblins or whatever, I mean, it's like, well, obviously, like, sure, the other guy got like one really good power, but I probably would also rather have 20 bad powers, right? Because even if we obviously, okay, one bad power might not be as good as, one, so it's strong power, right? But yeah, but if you get like 20 of them, it's like, it sounds so obvious that it's better what he gets. Like, are you stupid? Is that me? Is she stupid? Yeah, it's like that. No, but seriously, right? Because it's like, am I the only one? Tell me, am I the only one? But seriously, if you have to pick, right? Okay, so you can have one power. I don't know, fire magic, like complete fire, Loga fire magic. Oh, it's amazing, right? Or you get like, I don't know, some bad. I can summon food or whatever. Okay, that's pretty bad. Obviously, you'd rather have fire power. It's 10 times better, right? But if you get like 20 of those like weird powers, oh, I can summon food, I can make this portal, I can do this thing, I can teleport or whatever, but I can use the fighting, I can do this thing. Suddenly you have like, 20 or 30 or whatever of these like kind of weird powers. You can use them all how much you want and combine them. That to me tells me that even before, I would easily pick 20 kind of mid powers, right? And then just combine them into making better powers. There's no way that one shit power is better. Unless that the best powers are so insanely much better. Like, oh, I can time freeze infinitely. I can use like time freeze and kill everyone immediately. Time freeze, yeah. Okay, fine, it's better power. But it's like, unless the other powers are like godlike good, right? So they're so incredibly broken that it's impossible to fight them whatsoever. But then, of course, it can't be like that. But then he can't beat the bullies, right? The bullies will get good powers, but there's no way they're gonna get, like these like godlike powers where they can literally just like destroy him immediately. But then there's no storyline, right? So they get like good powers, but not godlike powers, right? And then obviously 20 mid powers is much better. So whatever. Sword Art Online is the second season of Gun Gal, which is then one of the. Is it the third spin-off of Sword Art Online? In case we were wrong. But basically, right, Sao, one of the most popular anime back in the days. It's like a fantasy anime. It's just stuck in a video game, right? Then they made this gun, which basically is FPS, right? COD or whatever, right? Yeah. You're basically playing, VR, FPS, Battlefield or COD or so, whatever, right? This second season, but it's like this, like the 7 to 8 season together, yeah, something like that. But oh yeah, FT. So I'm watching FT right now. It is what it is. I mean, honestly, it is a really terrible show. But I said it for so many years. Yeah, FT is terrible. It's such a bad show. But I am enjoying it. I love it though. It's just trash. I love it. Yeah, Fairy Tail. It's so much trash, and I love it. That's the truth. Okay, I have to admit it. Okay, this is complete trash. Okay, Fairy Tail. It's so trash. It's so terrible, but I love it. At the last episode, Elsa's fighting Ilan, and he's like, I'm gonna cover you in white, Elsa! And I was like, that's Fairy Tail! And he obviously means white magic, but yeah. That's my Fairy Tail! Like some stupid jokes. Kirai, her name is pronounced Kirai. Cutter lady, right? For the Luxus. Lux is immune to her magic, but he's like, I hate myself, so her magic hit on him, and then he defeats her, and she's like, oh, he's immune to my magic, I have to marry him. What a man. I love Fairy Tail, goddammit, I love it, it's so bad, I love it, everything is so stupid, every fight is dumber than the last one, it's amazing. God, I'm amazing. But seriously, Fairy Tail, you get exactly what you want, what you want from it. You know it's gonna be like Elsa's fighting Hilal. She's like, oh, he can't handle me if I show him my oppa. She's like, yeah, I was like, oh, if I change my clothing? He's like, what? So stupid. If you haven't seen Fairy Tail, Elsa has armor magic. Her ability is to change her armor, right? which does way more than that, but that's basically her ability, equipment magic. She's fighting her boyfriend, right, which has been turned evil. She's just like, oh yeah, but what if I turn into a cute cat girl? Then he can't fight me. It's like, oh, that's so stupid. Oh, it's beautiful. I love it. It's beautiful. It's truly art. Oh yeah, and then it was like that Marakov knew the spirit dragon guy. Oh yeah, it's so terrible writing too. The writing's so bad. Like the ghost guy possesses Marakov, and then he and Marakov were friends or something, and he assumed he was lost or something. He decided he was to give up to Natsu on purpose or something. You're like, why? Oh god! Oh, I remember now. Oh god, it's so bad. I love it. It's like, yes. So Natsu was fighting this spirit dragon slayer, a ghost dragon basically, in the last episode. And then the ghost slayer guy possessed the Mariko, the guildmaster. And then it turned out that Mariko was his friend before he died. So then he got surrendered to Natsu. Like, oh, sorry, Natsu, I didn't know you were the same guild. Then he leaves, basically. You're like, what? And it's just so random. It's like, no, but of course he's a Fairy Tail member. So he's like, okay, see you, bro. It's like, Natsu wins. Like, what? This is so... I love Fairy Tail, man. It's so bad. Like I said, I love it because it's bad. Now, here's another anime. It's very cliche, of course. It sounds like the dumbest premise ever, where the hero gets kicked out from the hero party, right? Whatever, banned from the hero party. This is like we banishing the healer from the party, which makes no sense. So I have to say, this to me sounds like the dumbest thing ever. Because I mean, why would you fire the healer, right, from your DPS? Yeah, he does too low DPS or whatever. It's so stupid. Obviously, it doesn't make any sense because no one will be like, oh no, but the healer he doesn't do enough DPS, right? But actually, he wasn't even a healer, he was a DPS actually. So he makes his own team as a DPS guy. He's actually, he's actually a hidden DPS or something. But it's so stupid. This might be the dumbest thing I read in my life. I mean, it's the general concept, right? That the hero, or whatever, the main guys, kicks out the healer because he doesn't do enough damage. You know what I mean? You're only healing over there? We don't need you guys. Like, who will fight a healer, right? In your... adventure party, in your opening party. It makes no sense. And then of course, like I said, yeah, this follow-up is that he actually wasn't even a healer. He was a DPS. He was never told anyone. That also makes no sense. Like he's just like, oh, I just stood and throw healing at them. Light heal. But actually, I'm really buff. I just never punched anything or something. It's like, what? The premise sounds incredibly stupid, even for being this generic, like, I was fired by the hero, but I'm actually much stronger than him. I just never told him kind of thing. Yeah, it's just... sounds like the dumb, generic trash guy to the extreme, right? Anyway, let's keep going because it sounds terrible. Oh, it's Blonde Ram. Yeah, look at that, Blonde Ram. So, most of a retry. Pretty bad isekai. Just straight up, yeah. Whoever, right, is voiced by Kenji Suda, of course. The man, the voice of a legend. He's voicing, of course, Mao-sama then. And that makes the anime watchable, or more audible, I guess. So I've seen, of course, the first full season. I'm honestly confused what they mean here, because it's called revamp version. So it doesn't even sound like season 2. It's more like a remake of the first season. And the explanation also is a little bit like after meeting Naku, so I don't know exactly what they're doing here. It's like a mixture of the first season being remade and then into season 2 or something. A little confusing on that, honestly. But anyway, the storyline was terrible. The anime was terrible, yeah. He's like really good voice actor being the main character. And it's a little bit like, pretty fine. There's some jokes there. He's like a really kind of an anti-hero, demon lord, kind of like an overlord feel to it. But it's worse. Yeah, it's like a worse overlord. Whatever. But he's similar to I. Yeah, definitely. Just less interesting. Then we have another, Maid Sama anime. This is like, what can I say? Showbits or whatever, right? Also a cliche. To some extent these days, not as much perhaps, but basically, right, you have the main character, and suddenly he has, like a wife, right? That's kind of anime. Right? Suddenly he has a maid, but like he has randomly he picks up, one day going to school, he randomly saves a woman from a bus or whatever, and now she's like, I will have to work for you forever for free because now I owe you my life or something, so I'm gonna be your maid or something. You know what I mean? Like that kind of thing. Suddenly he has like a super badass maid lady that will do everything for him, right? And yeah, I mean it's pretty cliche, right? We've seen people pick up random robots, ladies, alien ladies, or whatever, right? But it's that kind of feel. It's like romance comedy kind of feel to it, right? Yeah, like obviously he's gonna fall in love with his super maid, right? Yeah, of course. And she clearly has more power than just being a maid, right? Yeah, of course she can have some cray powers, right? So I mean, I'm pushing it out, but it feels to me like a pretty standard rom-com in that sense, right? Nothing like super special about it. Maybe I'm wrong, but for the trailer, so it looks like, pretty straightforward. Can show you what I mean, right? To go to the trailer, but yeah, I would say it feels like that kind of classic, like oh, let me be your wife now, and we take care of you, and she makes food for him, when they're gonna live together or something. Here it's like he's in the bathroom or something. Oh yeah, this is like exactly like that robot we saw. My wife's a robot now, but this kind of thing here, now they're like, lying in bed together, right? Holding hands there, yeah, that doesn't mean, yeah, like holding hands there, yeah, like that kind of thing, right? So they're like, oh yes, I have to live with you now, but we can't just do it, but yeah, like that feel to it, right? Like that feel to it, yeah. Like they're gonna have this like, oh, I will be your maid, and she's actually also like a warrior. Like also kind of knifey, so kind of, I'm your maid, but also I'm your assassin or whatever. Yeah. So of course there is some, like I said, there is some backstory to it. She's not just like a maid, she's an assassin. Yeah, she's like a yakuza maid or something, secret plan or whatever, right? But but honestly, that just makes it more cliche. If anything, that probably makes it more cliche. I would say that they have some kind of power. Yeah, like if she was just a normal human being he saved, and then she becomes maid, that'd be less cliche. That she has to kind of like secret past of being an assassin or something. That just makes it more cliche. Because it's always like that. It's always like they have something else. Yeah. Well, actually, I'm an alien. Yeah, it's always something extra, right? It's always something extra, something weird, some kind of secret backstory that makes it interesting. Anyway, next romance. Yeah, 2 romances in a row here. Oh, look at it. Romance subtext. There's a romantic subtext there for some reason. Interesting genre name. Yeah, look at that. Romantic subtext. But like obviously, yeah, because he got a hot maid at home, right? This one here is just a romance. Yeah, like what is different? Romantic subtext. Does that mean that they're never gonna do it? This is like an insult. He will never land. He will never score. I don't know. What do you guys think? Yeah. It just feels like worse. It just feels like romantic subtext. It just sounds like the guy is never gonna score, right? Yeah, like he's like, oh yeah, he likes her, but he's never ever even gonna kiss her. Where it says romance, they're actually gonna end up together. Yeah, romantic subtext. It's just like a worse genre. Like you don't want to be in that genre as the main character. But anyway, this anime, how it romance, kind of a weird setting point. So basically, this girl is like a basketball pro, more or less. She's the best basketball girl. He's like one of the best badminton boys. And then they do their own sports separately. They don't even play the same sport, right? For some whatever. And then they also fall in love with each other because she's like, oh my god, he gets trained so hard. And I guess they're falling in love because he's like me, he's just a hard worker, and I admire that or whatever. And so on, right? So they fall for each other because they're kind of similar, I guess. But I do find it kind of weird that they're playing their own sport separately. I mean, not they play the same team, whatever, but perhaps it would be easier to write a storyline where they both play the same sport, so they can hang out and train together, and it can be kind of romantic, even if they aren't like teammates. But they can hang out and train, and they can go separately, or whatever. I don't know, but maybe it's cute. Looks pretty decent actually. Yeah, this looks like pretty good. This feels like an anime. But I personally would probably watch anime. I kind of like rom-coms and so on, so I probably watch it, maybe, but I won't maybe react and review to it. I might do one review then, of course, when it's finished. Do like a one season review instead of perhaps a review. That's how it is to be probably. I feel like it looks pretty well done and so on. So I feel like I probably will just watch it on the side, and then I will talk to you guys later and if it's good or not. But it feels like one of those animes where it's like, no, I mean, it's decent enough. This though, I actually really like. Okay, this is like an interesting anime. Yeah, another isekai, but I love Back Arena, right? So this anime, I really I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. Okay, I'm feeling it. First of all, this is in order. Uh, I'm feeling it, guys. Because I like this anime here. I like this genre, right? So, this is another Otome Villainess anime, right? Where a woman isekais and becomes the villain, right? Which is a very common... yeah, obviously Baccarina is the first one of these, the big anime is, right? Baccarina is the biggest one, they got famous on, obviously. But this here feels again then very much Baccarina. You know I love Baccarina. Baccarina is my girl, man. Katarina and Cloud Baccarina, my best girl, right? I love Baccarina. But this feels like Baccarina, but she wants to be evil, right? Yeah, so very similar backstory. Oh no, I'm reborn as the villain and I'm gonna get killed or whatever. However, what if I'm really evil instead? So I think this album sounds really awesome. I'm biased. I love Baccarina. But this sounds like evil Baccarina, yeah. She's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be evil. Oh, I'm evil. Who you will see? Yeah, like, oh no one's gonna kill me, so I'll kill them first. You know, like it's like, yeah, I will defeat them before they defeat me, right? So this anime to me looks really entertaining, absolutely. However, what I'm afraid of though, usually, where this anime is that she actually won't be evil for reals, right? You know, she's gonna pretend to be evil. She's gonna pretend to be evil or so on. And she's gonna be all like, oh, I'm so evil, but she actually won't ever hurt anyone for reals, you know what I mean? Like, she won't ever actually be the real villain. Like, she won't take over a castle and start, you know, no, she won't ever hurt anyone. And she might try to hurt someone sometimes, but it's gonna be like a good thing for them or something, yeah. So, that is my scare, though. I think it would be better if she is actually evil, if she actually does evil stuff and so on. Like an actual evil main character, evil, you know, antagonist, but I think that'll be a problem. She's gonna be like fake evil, unfortunately, probably. But it sounds really fun to begin with. Then this is interesting, mostly because this is the main character. She's voiced by, of course, Mama Yor, Sauro Hayami. So basically, you have it's a really weird plot. These two characters are gonna pretend to be married or getting married, then or whatever, because they work in the same company and they don't want to like be relocated to Alaska, so they're gonna like start dating and then get married, or the fake marriage, right? So they won't have to relocate. And it feels incredibly Japanese, right? Because I feel normally if you just quit your job, yeah, it feels such a Japanese thing. Because normally you would be like, I'll probably just leave. Well, I think in other cultures, most people be like, well, I don't want to live in Alaska. I like living in Tokyo. So what if I just change job? Yeah. But in Japan, it's like, no, I promise to work here until I die, basically. So I'm just gonna stay here, right? But is it really that stacked, though? Like, Osa Hayame, you won again. You think it's stacked for this thing, though? I don't know, but this anime to me is, like, it just feels like, oh, this is Japan. This is Japan, bros. Because, imagine, right, that you don't... I mean, to some extent, I'm sure you don't want to get fired or you want to keep your job, whatever. But normally, you will just be like, I'm just gonna change my job, right? But these two characters are gonna pretend to get married because they don't send married couples to Alaska. So to keep their jobs, they're gonna have a fake marriage just so they can stay at their office. Like the premise only works in Japan, I feel. The premise only works in Japan. But it's pretty cute that it's Sauro Hayami, so I'm probably gonna watch it because of having the best voice actor ever. And it's basically like Mama Yor, just that there's no spies anymore and assassins. But still though, what more do we have? Mao. This is like a decent anime. Basically, the Demon Lord gets, he awakens in the future, so he has a mixed magic with like. But yeah, we already been. You're coming in now, Space Pilot Lord. My dear. Obviously we have. Obviously you agree with me earlier. Then you come in too late now, but obviously. This is like, in the early talking about DanMachi, of course, L0 and so on, yeah. So basically, what you wrote there are basically all the biggest hypes, like those three. But I said earlier before you joined though, that I am looking for a lot right to DanMachi, especially because it's Freya, right? Not just because of Freya looks, but I mean. I look for a lot, right, to having that Freya arc, because obviously Freya has been the main antagonist for so long, right? Or she's been the antagonist, in the back, right, since the first episode. So I look forward a lot to see where it goes with that. Finally having Freya as the main focus, right? Or at least I assume she's gonna be, given the trailer and the art and so on. So yeah, I think that looks really good with DanMachi, like having her as finally in the forefront of the anime, especially. But yeah, this one looks pretty decent. JC staff, pretty good animation. But yeah, Freya arc looks peak, right? And my guess is of course that the what's called the waiter, her name is like Siv, which of course is another goddess in Norse mythology. Siv is of course Thor's wife, so I guess she's another Norse god, right? That's how that combines with Freya somehow. This one looks isekai trash, but it's not isekai. Yeah, Sayonara, I don't know, looks very, very generic. Blue Exorcist, at least she taught the waifu though, yeah, the sensei. She got a cool background here, the sensei. But Blue Exorcist, what can I say, right? I said it this, like, I think last year, whatever. Obviously, it had like a 10-year break, right, between 2 and 3. This is a 4, right? This is a 4. So I read it, okay? So I read the manga, right, like 10 years ago, whatever, back in the days. So I think I read this part here where the manga gets now, and it's just terrible. It's just terrible. I'm just gonna say that I hate the way the manga went with this thing. So I haven't read the whole manga. I read it like many years ago. But when the manga went into their father, ergo Satan's backstory, like they went into, their dad is Satan, right? That's a spoiler. Episode 1, yeah. But basically, it's somewhere weird. I guess this is here. Then we go into their dad's backstory, and it's just so bad. It's such incredibly slow pace too. I was like, my god. So I stopped reading it somewhere here. I just dropped it in the manga. It was just terrible. Yeah. I mean, the sensei is the only good part. But honestly, right, I watched a little bit of the third season then, 10-year break. I had of course read the manga still though, and I just remember how this show isn't that good. It was just like I didn't remember season 1 and 2 being that bad. I felt, but I probably watched them when they were new and I was much younger, right? When I watched the third season, I was like, I mean, it's like watchable, but it feels like a really mid shonen, yeah. Like it feels like very mid and. Obviously, 1 and 2 wasn't that good either. I mean, they're kind of, I was like, yeah, they're kind of mid, right? Yeah, it's like, I mean, it's a decent shonen, but it's no Bleach, it's no Naruto, you know what I mean? It never really got up to any like level of like, real high level shonen or whatever. Yeah, it was like, it's like better than nothing, but compared to the other shows, so it never surprised me that it didn't get the third season because. The first 2 weren't really that good. Like they weren't that like memorable compared to, for example, the first part of Bleach, which is very good. The beginning of Bleach is very very strong, or beginning of Naruto, right? Because I mean, for example, people hate Naruto, right? Some people do. I don't, right? But for example, Naruto. People dislike Naruto these days, right? A lot of people do, of course. But why do they do that? But it's mostly how it ended, right? Think about that. Naruto, when it was new, was very, very good, right? And I, of course, read Naruto the whole time, but I mean, Naruto was very, very good in the beginning. Bleach, even more so, right? Bleach, very, very good in the beginning. Then it kind of went downhill because Kubo just went more and more crazy, right? So people kind of like, oh, what's happening now, and so on, right? So, in most manga and animes, they have very, very good starts, right? The big shonen especially, they have very, very good first 1 or 2 arcs, right? That's how they get their fans, and then you kind of have that second cost fallacy, then you kind of keep watching it anyway because you kind of like it, right? This anime here never had that, Like I said, it's very mid, right? I barely remember the first 2 seasons anime, and that's again why they dropped it for 10 years, right? Because it was like, it never really became anything. It wasn't that good, right? So if you're beginning, it's just kind of mid. Yeah, like who cares, right? If you can't even have a good start. But yeah, like Bleach is the best example of that because Bleach is like so good at the beginning. SS arc is like amazing. Bleach is arguably like the best shonen of all time in the first arc, right? Until they save Rukia, it's like 10 out of 10 peak there with Aizen and so on. Yeah, that's like super peak. and then it's like what he did after that. I think Bleach is downhill in the middle between the Aizen peak and the next Aizen. You know what I mean? Like the two, it's like between the two Aizen beats, it's a little bit, and then it gets better again. So, but like that, yeah. So Bleach is like super peak there, and then it goes down a bit up again, and so on. But again, that's usually how the shortens are, right? They're very good in the beginning, and then they kind of fall down. This again, anime is like, nah, it didn't even have a good beginning, right? It didn't even have like a good start, so to speak. So I'm actually surprised it got that third season. I guess 10 years later, yeah, because it was never, wasn't popular back then either, right? This anime sounds, what's it again? Long name, Psycho no. I mean, in the bottom now, guys. Like, do I care anymore? Go up in the end. Oh yeah, Uzumaki. This I'm talking about. Uzumaki. Okay, so Uzumaki. Yeah, very terrible image. Let's look that down. If you don't want to see that thing, Uzumaki. Okay, this actually is coming out, I believe, on this Sunday on Netflix. So I'm probably gonna watch it. I think it's on 4 episodes. So I probably will actually react and review to it on Sunday with like one video, right? I think they probably drop the whole anime. They will probably drop all the 4 episodes on Sunday, I think. They might do one per week, but given it's Netflix, it's probably just gonna be, you know, like a movie coming out. Anyway, Uzumaki is Ito Junji's, maybe his most famous work. Ito Junji is kind of like the grandfather of horror manga, right? He does a lot of really good horror manga. That being said, he has never in his life had a good anime, right? Every anime Ito Junji are just incredible trash. Ito Junji collection and so on. Goi, Fish and so on. Yeah, they're all insanely bad. Like, they're like genuinely like one of the worst as of all time. And they never managed to capture his drawings whatsoever, right? So I have like no hopes whatsoever for this anime. It seems to have higher budget, and I think it's black and white even, right? Even the whole anime. So maybe that's gonna be better, but yeah. I have like no hope for this thing, like whatsoever. But we will see. I think it's gonna drop like basically 4 episodes on Sunday, and you can watch it all together in like an hour and see if we do about it. Yeah. Yeah, Vistoria was interesting. Yeah, obviously Vistoria had a very good. Now we're gonna have spoilers here, but obviously Vistoria had a very good ending last episode. I mentioned earlier briefly in the stream here that we obviously coming from Vistoria being the same author as DanMachi then, and had a very big reveal there. But it was kind of funny because it ended on this cliffhanger. Will they, you know, defeat evil boss monster? And then immediately afterwards, on TV at least, it showed the preview, and then everyone is fine at school again. You're like, God damn it, preview. It's like, will they survive? To be continued. Here's a preview. Ah, we're fine at school. Like, come on. It was like in the same minute, it was like, oh yeah, they're fine. I mean, we see that in One Piece 2 or so on there. It's like, will they survive the master call? And to be continued. And next frame is like, oh, they're eating food now. It's all fine. Like, okay, great. Yeah, it's like, it was like a hilariously bad preview. Yeah, the preview immediately spoiled. I seen the other shows too, you know. Who is the guy in the shadows? Oh, it's this guy. That's a preview. Okay, good. Yeah, okay, good. Show me immediately. But yeah, we will see how they're gonna end that anime. But Silent Hill, though, mentioned there. Silent Hill is interesting. Let me just break out a Vogue point here. But I think the Silent Hill, I was bringing it up, I haven't mentioned it on internet before, but I think the Silent Hill is really interesting right now as a video game. What I'll say here, Silent Hill, right? Very famous horror game. I think it's very, very interesting. I think I said before, but I think Silent Hill is a very interesting part right now as a like game studio development, right? Because you have Silent Hill 2, the remake, which is just really woke, right? In lack of better terms, it's completely ruined. All the women are like super fat and it looks super ugly and it's ridiculous, right? And they're ruining the characters. It looks absurd. And then you have the author of When They Cry, right? The Ryoshin, and he's writing Silent Hill, the new game. and that game was really good. So Silent Hill right now is really crazy. We have 2 games coming out soon, or at least somewhat closer, and one of them is like looks incredibly good and brutal and raw, and really Japanese. The other one looks like incredibly westernized and it's super woke and it's just like everyone's ugly in the wrong way. You're like, how can the same company produce these two? Like, it doesn't make any sense. How can they produce one thing that feels like this is exactly what we want, and then it's like this is what no one wants? Yeah, this is like how can they make it something bad? Yeah, so the new Silent Hill game looks incredibly promising, and the other one looks like the worst thing ever. It's a DI ruined remake. But I just mean like, again, right? How can the same company make the same thing? Like, it's just so crazy. How did it happen? How did it happen? It doesn't make any sense. Like, it's so weird. But I like those movies, okay? I admit it, okay? I admit it. I have said it before, maybe on the internet, but I dare to admit that I actually like the Silent Hill movies. Yeah, that's right. Come at me, internet. But I actually think that Silent Hill 1 and 2, I'm trying not to laugh, but I mean genuinely, Silent Hill 1 and 2, the live action movies, might actually be the best game to movie adaptation ever. Like, genuinely. Sure, I actually enjoyed them more and was more, whatever, for example. But I mean, from an actual, like, okay, storytelling, live action, not anime or, not like CGI, but okay, like with actual actors, I think the Silent Hill is actually like a really good movie. Am I the only one? Am I the only one that actually liked the live action movies? Like, what? I think they actually made it pretty good. They skipped over, of course, the second game, which people like more, but instead they had the Alicia 1 and 3 storyline, and it actually kind of made sense. I don't know. I actually kind of liked it. I genuinely liked it. I don't know. But yeah, like the Silent Hill live action movies are better than the game, certainly. I mean, the game is just like the game is a perfect example of political stuff is ruining it, because I mean it's just a remake, right? They're not adding anything new to it. They're just like making it uglier. They're not adding any new mechanics that are interesting or some mini game or whatever, right? They're just adding like fat to everyone. So you get what you get, right? For that matter, I didn't make a video about it, even though it's a really big news. But see, I don't like to make videos honestly about and you say here are the big news, right? So I know a lot of YouTubers, right? They like to talk about, Vogue that or ruin game like that or whatever, right? And they spam those videos every day. You see me also doing that content to some extent, right? But I don't like to actually go into this stuff. Like, for example, Ubisoft, of course, actually cancelled, or didn't cancel, but Ubisoft delayed, the Yasuo game yesterday. I haven't mentioned that before here on YouTube because I don't, how say it, that's what I mean. Other people, they spam those videos, 10 per day, right? But I only make videos about something Yasuke when I actually want to talk about it in a real way, I don't know, but that's how I feel my channel is. That maybe I sound similar to those guys, those that are spamming the Yasuke's, black, blah, blah, and so on. But I am more like, okay, if I'm going to make a Yasuke video, right, I want to actually explain this is the history, here's Japan, here's the writing. I actually want to, give my actual own opinion, right? So when I saw this news yesterday that Ubisoft is delaying, obviously the game, then I didn't make a video because I was like, well, my opinion is they're obviously getting owned, right? They're so on, but everyone was saying that, so I didn't feel I could add anything new to that context because, like, well, everyone's already said that, right? But yeah, that's another. It's interesting. So I bring it up now then because I do really wonder, right, if you're gonna see stuff like Silent Hill 2 actually stopping, right, so to speak. That kind of like go woke or broke, right? Because I see Ubisoft stock is down like 20% currently, right, today. Like, it's crashing, right? It has already been crashing for months. So it really is the perfect example of go woke or broke. So it is surprising, honestly, that we still see games like Silent Hill 2 even after Ubisoft has lost like billions of dollars and people are still doing the same ID strategy. You would imagine that Konami in this case then for Silent Hill would look at Ubisoft being like, maybe we shouldn't do that because they're losing so much money. Maybe we should not do that. But I mean, yeah, the tour gate is one thing, right? But I mean, the thing is with the Yasuke thing, I say briefly here, is that so they had a tour gate from the Nagasaki that survived the atom bomb, right? But the thing is that like Yasuke is a game that keeps giving, right? Ubisoft seemingly wants everyone in Japan to hate them. Like, it's crazy. They're like, what can we do this week to make them pissed off? What if we take the sword from One Piece that Sora has and put them in the game and pretend that they're real swords? I mean, obviously those swords are based on like actual katanas, but they obviously just took Sora's design from Oda, from Ishida Oda's design, for example, right? Or whatever. It's like every week they're like, how can we make them hate us more? Yeah, like Ubisoft has a fascinating solution to how to not make any money. Yeah, it's like every week it's like, I have a new idea. It's like, yeah, exactly. They canceled Tokyo Game Show, but in retrospect that makes sense now, right? So the first news was that they opt out of Tokyo Game Show, which is the biggest game show in Japan, and people say, why are they doing that? Is just coming out soon? But then of course the next day they said we have delayed the game, so it actually makes sense now why they didn't go to a game show, right? In that context, now they obviously had already delayed the game by more months, right? So okay, like I guess it makes sense though. Because it wouldn't give them that much. But I think that when it comes to Ubisoft in that sense, right, delaying the game makes little to no sense. I mean, obviously, we all know that Ubisoft makes terrible games, and I've said it for years that I hate all of their games, okay? So for me, I haven't bought their games for the last like 20 years, whatever, right? But my point is that the real reason that they're delaying Yasuke is because it's very buggy, okay? Let's be honest here. People are saying that they're delaying it because of the storm or the bad politics. No, trust me. The real issue, or the real reason why they're delaying Shadows is because it's really, really buggy, right? Their games are always released in a really bad state for the last at least 10 years. And now, when they know, I guess to be fast post, they know that it's very, very negative, climate around the game, right? They don't dare to release it as so buggy as you should do, right? Because they usually get away with that stuff, right? So, to some context, I suppose, it's because all the negative critiques, but I am 99% sure the reason is that they usually would release it, right, with, let's say, 5,000 bugs, right? But now they're like, okay, we can't do that because everyone is going after us in this game. Everything we do with this game, people come after us. So we have to actually release it in a proper state for once, right? Or at least more properly, so we don't get all the hate for all the bugs and so on. That is, I am sure that's the actual reason, because they know that they have a game that is playable, but with all these bugs, right? So they can't just drop it in like November, because that's gonna be all like, oh no, look, I can jump through the wall and this thing and so on. So they're like, no, we can't do that, right? Because that's actually how all of their games have been for the last 10 years. They're super buggy, and they're so afraid of, like, because everyone is like really, really going after them, on every detail, right? So they know that people are gonna find all those bugs, right? So they're like, okay, we have to do that, because the thing is this side. How can I say? No matter what Ubisoft does, right, they're not gonna change anything actually. I mean, the bugs get fixed, but they're not gonna change anything from an actual, how I say it, the Yasuke thing, right? They're obviously not gonna change the main character. They're obviously still gonna have that broken tour gate or whatever. They're not gonna change, the storyline, right? Yasuke's gonna be gay and so on, so to speak. And yeah, all that stuff is already too late, right? They're not gonna change anything of that unless they just cancel the game completely, right? So nothing of the actual storyline ever will be changed, right? So the only reason they are delaying the game for like 4 or 5 months is bugs, because they're not gonna rewrite the story, they're not gonna recast the characters, they're not gonna re-record the voice acting, right? They're not gonna rewrite the whatever. No, the storyline and the main character and all that stuff is gonna stay the same, okay? 100%. Well, that's true as well, though. But but there are some other buggy games too. I think that Paradox, a Swedish game company, is also legendary for that. Though. So Paradox to make these like Europa Universalis and Crusader King and so on. They're also terrible with that. It's like every time they release a new DLC for Europa Universalis, it breaks the main game just for everyone. So every time there's a new DLC, the DLC will break it for everyone, even if you don't buy the DLC. So usually, if you have like a saved game right before the new DLC, the DLC will like break your save file and so on every time it's on. It's like ridiculous. Like there are all the games of that certainly. There are all the buggy games too. Yeah, there are many companies that you know the made buggy games. But yeah, with Ubisoft, there's no real point delaying the game because they're not gonna change anything people actually care about, right? They're not gonna change the Jaska bit, so they're gonna change the actual bit. But Jaska is just over, man. Okay, another. This is so generic, man. You can see how this is generic into the extreme, you know. Because the main character, he got his like childhood best friend, girlfriend character. Got the angry like Kurogal, got a more seasoned warrior lady. Got the older witch and the what it's called the jest. Yeah, you got the captain dude that teaches him the Onishan. What more is it? It's not that I'm talking about. Okay, so Dragon Ball is good. Okay. Oh, come on, nothing works for Switch anyway. Come on, Switch games are all non-workable. Dragon Ball is interesting. Okay, Dragon Ball. So they're gonna make a new Dragon Ball show, right? Which I think is maybe canon or something, arguably. Not Akira Toriyama, rest in peace, canon, but something like that. This is like taking place after the grown-ups, and they're doing the GT thing again. I mean, Goku becomes a kid, right? But I have to say, guys, I looked at the trailer this morning, and I was like, damn it, I kind of like this. I was like, Kamehameha! You still kind of like it, yeah, you still kind of like it. It's hard to not like it anyway, yeah. I was like, damn it. So they're going to hell, right? That's kind of how we display it right there. They're going to, like, the hell dimension, or whatever you call it, and so on. And the Master of Jazz and that and so on. So, it's pretty nice. I think I For Us is voicing Pansy. I think it's something like that. Yeah, they was like the Bullman brief and so on. Her name is like Pansy. And so on. But it looks pretty exciting. I wish I got definitely. Certainly. Kind of a cute Goku with the Wukong stuff going on there, yeah. Stole that from Wukong, eh? Of course, Rurouni Kenshin. This is the second season of the remake, right? I think so, right? So, Rurouni Kenshin, I won't get too much here, but obviously very famous manga. I read the whole manga back in the days, right? I've seen of course the first anime, and yeah, they had a remake that released last year. The first remake or the first season. This is like season 2. Yeah, which is like the best arc, right, in a sense. And obviously the anime is very controversial, right? Because the author, of course, was convicted for some bad stuff, right? So it is an anime in the sense that it's been, yeah, definitely kind of like people like, oh yeah, that happened with him, yeah. And obviously Shida Oda likes him too. He used to work on anything, yeah. One Piece author used to work on this thing before he started One Piece. So there is some like some side backstory with this anime, but basically it's a classic manga otherwise than about a retired samurai that was part of the Japanese Revolutionary War, May Restoration, that took place in like 1886, something like that, and so on. But yeah, this is actually the best arc though, which is the what would I say? He's like the main antagonist. Is that correct to call him? He's the best antagonist. Yeah, he's the best antagonist fight, definitely. So I don't know. I mean, I probably watch it. At least personally watch it on the sideline. But the thing is that it is. I mean, I read the manga and I've seen the first anime. So yeah, the first season was like, well, nothing new here. It's just like a remake. It is unfortunate. Honestly, I think it's a little unfortunate. This is starting to feel like the movies, right, in the West as well. I mean, do we actually want all these remakes, right? Because it started to get into that feeling where you're like, well, I mean, this is a good arc, but I'd rather see new stuff than people doing remakes, you know what I mean? This is the studios being too afraid of doing new stuff, I feel. But anyway. But yeah, that's true. The live action is actually pretty good for that. That's also one of the reasons, why I hate the live action for One Piece. No, but I think it's kind of sad where people are saying that the One Piece live action is the first live action that's ever been good or whatever. That to me just tells me that you've only seen like the 2, 3, like Dragon Ball Evolution or whatever. No, there are definitely live actions for lesser known mangas and animes. They actually are pretty good. Rurouni Kenshin is a pretty famously, actually pretty well received live action. Then you have live action on like Kadi and so on, like gambling animes. They're actually pretty good at live action. And so on. And actually, earlier we talked about Itayuni, right, with Uzumaki. The best adaptation of Itayuni is actually the Tome movies. It's like a dozen movies. They did like a dozen movies of the Tome, the girl that can't die, horror girl. Those movies are actually pretty good. Like, genuinely, the best Itayuni adaptation are absolutely the live action movies. They're much better than the animes have been. Like, way better. Like, much, much better. The movies are actually pretty watchable. But yeah, the One Piece live action, I feel, has way too much credit to being the first only good live action. Actually, I've seen, like, Tomoe, for example, is actually pretty good. So, but like I said, I think it's because, people that have seen most people that have seen the One Piece live action, they're comparing it to Dragon Ball Evolution, Cowboy Bebop, which done by the same company, but yeah, they're comparing it to those stuff, right? Avatar and so on, yeah. They're comparing it to like the worst of the worst, right? They're comparing it to these like, yeah, that is. Oh, don't get me started. Yeah, don't get me started, man. Yeah, don't get me started on the Nicky Robin part. Interesting. Where's my Nicky Robin figure? Oh, it's over there. I can reach it. I got a Nicky Robin figure just over here. I can almost reach it. Just outside my reach. I give you a Nesco instead. Nesco! Okay, whatever. I can't reach my Nicky Robin figure. It's very close to me. Damn it. Yeah, take me closer. But yeah, Nicky Robin. I might make a video about this, certainly. I'm thinking about topic, but yeah. Nicky Robin is kind of unironically being hated for being Russian, like being born Russian, even though she apparently grew up in Germany. And it feels like, it's like, it's like the actual manga where they're like, you are Uhoran, burn, yeah. They're like hating her because of her ancestry, even though she never did anything. Yeah. But they found an actor that can now live the real Nicky Robin life. So she can record the whole, I wanna live. Living is no. Being alive isn't a crime or something. she can throw out those comments, and it's like realistically, it's like relatable. It's like, oh no, it shouldn't be relatable. But yeah, it's should we make fun of it? I don't know. It is really weird when it comes to that stuff, because the bigger issue, of course, and I made a video about that. Yeah, did you see my Vivi video, right? The bigger issue, of course, is that Vivi isn't white anymore. Like, Vivi should be Arabic, right, or white, yeah. Like, the bigger issue is that they changed other character. Nojiko, of course, is supposed to be Swedish white, and now she's black instead of so, right? And stuff like that, right? So, it is really funny that Netflix, as always, right? They change everyone's like gender. They changed the cat brothers to a woman and so on. So yeah, oh my god, this El Cid, man. That I have to say that, yeah, Crocodile is hottest character ever though. Yeah. They got like the hottest guy to play Crocodile. Yeah. No, that absolutely. Like when it comes to One Piece live action, he's like the only person I actually like. Of all the actors, he's the only person that I actually want to play a character. And all the other actors I felt so far are like whatever to me. Or they're either terrible casting or they're mid casting. Yo is the only person I'm like, you know what? This is actually a person that I want to be Crocodile. Yeah, like, this is actually a good casting. He's by far the best casting, I would say. By far in the whole show. He's 10 out of 10 casting. But the Vivi casting, right, is like, well, she's not supposed to be, darker skin color. She's supposed to be like super white, right? She's supposed to be either, again, then like European white, so to speak, or like palish Arabic, right? For example, I had an ex-girlfriend. She's from Saudi Arabia. She's very white. Okay, she's whiter than I am, right? So to speak, in a pale sense, right? Not the white as in, but whiter skin, right? So to speak. So you could obviously find an Arabic woman that would have really, pale skin to play Vivi. That would have been the accurate casting, right? That would have been an actually casting. That being said, though, Vivi is based mostly on Cleopatra when it comes to like personality and blah blah so on. So she, otherwise would be white, right? Well, that's true. Okay, fine, you got me there. That's true. I do love Peg Bundy. Okay, that's true. Okay, she's the ultimate Gilf. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, sorry, I forgot about her. That's true. Leia from Futurama. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Okay, I forgot about her. I'm sorry. Yeah, obviously. Dr. Carrera is played by Peg Bundy from, of course, Married with Children. That is true. I love her. She's a great actress. She's the OG, hot mama on TV. Yeah, that is true. She's actually like a perfect casting for like the old, the old doctor lady that still looks good. Yeah, that is like, I'm still hot and young even though I'm 142. Yeah, she's the perfect casting for that. Like, well, I still got it. Yeah, look at me. Yeah, I still got it going, guys. Yeah, she's perfect for that. That's true. But the Vivi casting is just pure ignorance or something. I don't know. The Vivi casting could actually be Netflix's worst casting ever. Like, of all time. Netflix has done so many bad stuff over the years, right? When it comes to this, like, really weird DI Vogue casting, whatever you call it. But the Vivi casting is so bad, right? Because, well, okay, she's white in the manga. And I guess you would cast, again, then of course, an Arabic woman is playing her, right? But instead they cast an Indian woman. So it's just straight up like, wait, do you guys don't like Arabs, right? It feels straight up like it's just so, yeah, it's just so weird. No, but like that's the problem, right, with what Netflix is doing and what it's doing, right? Because Netflix, they're gonna vert their signal, right? They're gonna be all like, oh, we have to cast more diverse people or whatever, right? Well, cast a Egyptian woman then, cast an Arabic woman, yeah. So it's a weird thing because they're gonna claim they're casting Vivi as an Indian to be diverse, but again, they're supposed to cast her as an Egyptian. So it's just like, okay, but it's really weird. It's really weird. It could have been worse, but I don't know. I still feel that even if you have to cast, honestly, I don't think so, because even if they're gonna like make Vivi be dark skinned, they would still. She's basically like a Straw Hat member, so they still need to have like an attractive actress, right? They still need to have like an attractive Indian woman. They couldn't have like a morbidly obese woman or something. Like, it wouldn't make any sense. No one would ever buy that. They had to still cast an attractive woman, regardless of her, wherever she's from. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, good point. I really do wonder how they're gonna do with Bond Clay. I mean, imagine if they get to Sanji later on, right? When Sanji lands with Ivankov. They will never be on TV, man. They will never get to Ivankov's island, where they're all, everyone is cross-dressing. Will never happen. Here we go. Ranma! Talking about perfect segue. Talking about Okamas. Ranma! Of course, Ranma Satomi in my thumbnail. So obviously I love Ranma. Ranma is like the OG, transgender bender manga and anime. That's true. They actually made Alvida's actress be somewhat. Yeah, she actually did slim down a bit, but she didn't like slim down to Uda's standard, right? She didn't get the perfect slim. No, she didn't become like super slim like in One Piece. No, she didn't give her like a complete 100-kilogram loose something. Yeah, it's a little bit like that. But Ranma though, so. Talking about, trans cats, so to speak. Yeah, Ranma is like the OG trans, right? Let's be honest here. I would say that Ranma is probably anime's most iconic trans character. Probably still is, right? Who else would it be, basically, right? Now, of course, Ranma is actually, of course, magical, so it's a gender bender, right? So to speak. But yeah, Ranma is super iconic. He basically goes to China with his father, and they fall into this, I don't know, like, it's called like mystical lakes or whatever you call it, but whatever, yeah. So they fall into that, and then he will change gender based on water, hot and cold water, make him change gender, and his father was a panda instead. And then other characters will also, of course, change gender. Not all of them, but some of them. Sorry, animal, I mean. And some of the other characters will also into animals later. As you see in the image, it's a pig and a swan and so on. And then there's a bunch of characters that his father has promised him to marry. it's just so weird too, because, you know, obviously, we just had Space Invader Loom, right? Urushiasuru, which is awesome. The remake of that, and in one of the characters of Urushiasuru, you have the father also promising his daughter away, right, and so on. The whole Royanosuke, which is a tomboy, gender-bending character, and that to me is obviously has to be the Ranma ID there, because it's like, oh yes, I promised my daughter to this other martial art dude that I met 20 years ago in a dojo somewhere, because it's the same storyline with Ranma. I was like, wait a minute, this is definitely the Ranma backstory. So yeah, Ruinosuke has a very similar shipping as Ranma and Akane has. Definitely. That's the young, yeah. No, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, Ranma, of course, is just like Urushiatsu. Ranma is obviously like kind of young adults, right? It's mostly like a lot of relationship jokes in Ranma. So yeah, I mean it aims clearly at like people in the 20s, I guess, mostly, or like maybe perhaps little younger, like early teenage, well, maybe, but yeah, I would say Ranma is aiming at the kind of 25ish, probably, honestly, right? In that sense, it's like mostly. But I think one thing that Ranma does really well, now obviously I have all the mangas or whatever, so I don't know if I would react to it because I read it so many times before, and I've seen the original anime more than once, so I really know everything. So I feel like I probably actually won't maybe react to it because I just know all the scenes. So weird. Yeah, it is censored too, unfortunately. But I was thinking about one thing Ranma does really well though isn't just the relationship and so on, but also that it does a lot of good martial art parody jokes, right? It's a really funny manga where it's always like, yeah, we have to teach you how to fight, boy. How, Dad? I will throw bees at you and avoid them. Yeah, like I will throw you into cats with fish on you. Yeah, it's like he ties cats to Ranma and throws them into like a hangar with fishes. And some cats, and it's like, yeah, survive the cats or something. Like this manga has so many weird scenes where they have this like really obnoxious like martial art training arcs, which is very like almost a parody, on like the classic movies and other mangas, how they do martial arts. Yeah, like I will try to rocket you for 10 hours. The yoga finger training. So they tie up the yoga to a tree or something like that. And they throw a giant rock at him, and he has to cross the rock with a finger. Something. Whereas he gets destroyed, right? He can only move one finger. And every time he fails, his finger gets broken, but he gets stronger and stronger or something. Like, it's so stupid. Like, it's a lot of those things was like, yes, I will. Yeah. Yes, and Happosai, of course, the best character, yes. Happosai, the character we deserve, yeah. No, but Ranma is a really... Yeah, yes. Ranma is a great manga. So yeah, but I don't know. I will watch the anime probably by myself, honestly, because I've seen it so many times. But I definitely do a reaction to the opening and so on. And as I mentioned earlier in the stream, unfortunately it got leaked, right? I think the whole anime is out already, I think. On the the pirate web, yeah, unfortunately. Like it's just really bad. I don't know the quality of it, but yeah, I think it was part of that whole Dan Netflix leak, right? I think all the episodes got leaked, which is really strange. Which is the first time I've seen that. What more was it? Something season 2. Weird nursery anime, no one cares. That's season 7. This is super. This trailer, it's so incredible. Like romantic storyline. So this is like a girl, and she looks at the princess. She becomes a fake princess of her country, and then her fake brother likes her now, and then she has to marry the older prince. So they keep fighting over her. It's like super like classic romance. This anime was called again Hoshivuri Hoku no Nina, yeah, like Nina's marriage or Lying Nina, whatever, yeah. Like it's just like, oh yeah, she got like 2 boyfriends and they fight about her. Yeah, I heard it's fine too, Terminator anime. Haven't seen it either. I also believe it's part of that leak, I think. But I haven't seen it either. But I think it's all out, right? I think so. Like dropped all on Netflix. I think so. That's a lot of things with Netflix, right? Netflix keeps dropping animes, the full anime in one day and so on, too often, and it just makes the anime, people forget about it. Yeah, instead of doing it like we usually do it, 1 per week, right? It's like here 20 episodes, and no one like watch it. This anime is pretty interesting. Massive, of course, role in Kenshin. It takes place in the same time frame where you're like just in that kind of Meiji Restoration, the end of the samurais, and they're fighting, the shogun / the emperor and that stuff and so on. So it looks pretty interesting. Looks decent, but yeah, Terminator is all out, right? But I think I said it for so many years, right? I think everyone basically agrees with that thing. That the Netflix type of Terminator doesn't make any sense really, because you drop it all out in one day, and people watch it, and they make their reviews and reactions, ever, right? And then everyone, forgets about it, right? It is so much better doing like 1 episode per week. The people keep talking about it, they keep reviewing it, you know what I mean? They keep making theories. Yeah, it's like no show seems to benefit from dropping it all in one day. So I never get what they keep doing that for. It seems so weird. It doesn't seem to ever benefit themselves. Because they're missing out on all the hype, and all the free ads on YouTubers and whatever, people talking about it on Twitter or whatever. Yeah, they're missing out on so much of that. Because they get like a really big hype for like a few days, and then everyone dies down, right? It's really strange. It keeps doing that forever, and it never makes any sense. Of course, you're gonna watch this thing, 7 Deadly Sins spin-off, then 2. Obviously, Gavin is there, so on. Best character. It's like an interesting. This anime. Yes, yeah. DanMachi was weekly. Yeah, DanMachi was weekly. Yeah, yeah. From Stuart Trigger. Yeah, that was a weekly one. That's a weekly one. But what's it called? Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk was not weekly. That was just dropped 10 episodes one night, I think. But DanMachi was a weekly one. I haven't finished it, but I watched the first maybe 5 episodes. I'm gonna watch it some other day when I took time over. But yeah, so there I remember I waited for it. But anyway, this anime, I think it's kind of interesting. I was right into the course last season. I kind of 17 is kind of weird, right? It's very trashy. It's very short and trash. Jericho is like, "I love you, Lancelot." You're like, "Of course, hey mom," yeah, like for God. So if you haven't seen this anime, right? It's a spin-off, right? The later years, right? The next is Boruto, right? The next generation, and Jericho, which was the best girl, of course, of the first seasons, right, of the OG show. She's now in love with Ban's son, right, which she, raised, yeah. So, that scene was very controversial in last season. But she's like, yay! It's just so weird. This anime is so trash, man. I love it. No, it's just so stupid. But this is like 7 Deadly Sins, man. This author's always been crazy, yeah. This author's always been, he's nutcase, man. It's always been very edgy, right? Very, very edgy. But I don't know. It's kind of like for FT for me, right? I can still watch it. It is still somewhat enjoyable. It is, but it's actually like FT. You have to have the mindset that this author is controversial. Yeah, you have to have the mindset that every arc is gonna be some weird stuff happening. Where, like, as soon as Gavin is introduced, she immediately, grabs his soldier like, honk honk, yeah, I got some power up, and then she goes over and fights. You're like, what's happening? She crying like that. You're like, why? Which of course is how also Meliodas starts in episode 1 though. So she's just, I guess that's how the anime is, right? But you have to kind of, when you watch this anime, you have to accept that all the characters are basically perverts. Yeah, like that's the way I would describe this anime. It's a shonen anime when they're fighting these demons and gods or whatever, right? And every character is a pervert. Yeah, that's basically how the anime is explained. Yeah, everyone has got some weird thing going on, and they all got some weird powers, and yeah, and they have some weird backstories or whatever. But it's obviously, it's not like some kind of like Oscar-winning amazing drama. Obviously not. It's very, very trash. But just like FT, I think the 7 Days is a trash anime that is enjoyable because it's so trashy, but it's trash in that good way, you know. It's a true trash of, for example, watching like Jerry Springer, and they're bringing out people like, you stole my boyfriend. It's that kind of trash. Like this like actual like, it's like, oh, what is this, right? It's enjoyable how trash it is. You finally read MT? I still haven't read it, you know. I still feel so bad about it. I don't know. I still feel it's like, obviously you know how much I love Mushoku Tensei, but I'm also like, God damn it, should I wait for the next season? Of course we have more anime. It's always like that, yeah. It's always hard with those animes where you're like, should you go and read the source, or should you wait for the next season? It's easier if an anime you know it's never gonna have a next season. Then it's easier. But with MT, I'm convinced we're gonna get a new season in maybe a year or maybe 2 years from now, right? So I'm just like waiting for next season. So it feels, if they told me they were never gonna make, then I would be that, right? But I'm sure that the novels are definitely probably more risque than the anime, I guess, right? The anime obviously censored. This is an anime going. Here we go. This is actually an anime I look forward to. So I'm a crazy gambler, right? But actually, yeah, Toro. This is an anime that I think was pretty cool. So it's basically like a more evil Kadi or something. So this is a Mahjong anime that they're only playing Mahjong, and he immediately gets Eye for Us slave. Yeah, he picks up Eye for Us immediately. He wins Eye for Us. Yeah, no, but seriously, the Kuro gal chick, he wins her in the first episode. It's something like that. Yeah, he's like immediately, this anime is promising because he wins Eye for Us immediately in the first episode. They're gambling Kuro gals or something. But basically it's like, you know, a gambling anime, right? It looks very similar to like Kagi and Kaji, but he's like an evil guy. He's more like, you know, anti-hero, right? So he's just like, yeah, let's go, hot chicks, gambling, yeah. So I don't know, I love Mahjong. I used to play Mahjong a lot competitively and for money for many years. I still do sometimes. So no, I know Mahjong very well. So I am definitely gonna watch this anime and probably react to one never. But I feel like no one else will. so I probably won't react to it myself, right? Episode 1. Because I feel no one else will care. Right? This is like a Mahjong anime. So I feel like it's me and like 5 people in the universe. They're gonna be like, Mahjong anime! And no one else will care. I don't know. But Akagi is an amazing anime, I suppose. But oh yeah, new series. Redundant Reincarnation. Yeah. What do you feel about winning Kurogals though? Clearly this is the best anime ever. You know, it says here, women organs. Yeah. This is like evil Kadja, man. I like it. Survival of, Ura. Toha Ura Rock Mahjong. I think it's the best anime. Come on. This is my dark horse. I probably love this anime. I will probably love it. And she also has like 5 animes. And I for us like in every anime. It's crazy. This is not my. There we go. This is not anime I think was pretty good. This anime also has Eye for Us for that matter, yeah. So this is Eye for Us, guys. The blonde chick. Okay. This chick here, this chick, you know, this gal here, this like aggressive blonde chick, she's voiced by Eye for Us, guys. And this blonde chick, also voiced by Eye for Us. Just so you guys know, yeah. You know, she's voicing every blonde chick, like this chick over here. Yeah, so obviously Eye for Us is now internally apparently every blonde chick ever, yeah. She did Power, and now they hire only her to do the blonde chicks. Yeah, she can do every Kuro girl ever, basically, since she did Power, seemingly. But this one here also looks like a pretty funny anime, with some kind of weird, like, magic girl. No. Eye for Us is in 5 animes this season. She's in 5 animes. So I'm pretty sure she's also that Villainess. Isn't she also doing that Villainess anime? She's also the main character in that, I am an evil Baccarina now. It's also Eye for Us. She does like every anime. The weirdest thing though, look at this thing. This is even weirder though. This is even weirder. Let's see here. This anime here has a character. So this is the Magic Girl like professionals. Something like, or Magic Girl office workers or something, I don't know in English, but it looks interesting. And then they have a co-worker in this magical anime. So I can find, he's in the trailer. Here he is. Here is the trailer, see. It's kind of weird like parody of Magic Girls. But it looks really cool. And then they have this green-haired co-worker. I think he will appear somewhere in the end of the trailer. After this guy. There he is, okay. So this guy here, this is the co-worker of the Magic Girls, okay? Yeah, he looks exactly like Deku. Am I the only one? This guy here, he looks exactly like Deku in My Academia. Like, insanely amount. Like, the author just took Deku from My Academia and put him in this anime instead. And you know what? It's the same voice actor. It's the same voice actor. It's the same voice actor. So when I saw the trailer earlier today, before he even talked, I was like, isn't that Deku? He looks a lot like Deku. Then I hear the voice. I mean, it is Deku. Like, what? He has Deku's voice too. I was like, no way. I was like, no way, man. You can't cast the guy that looks exactly like him. Like, come on. No, yeah, I'll show you here. This in here, okay? I'll show you a better scene. So he comes in here, right? No, look at him. So I come in here now. Look at that, he's desperate, right? Then he's more desperate there. I saw that I was over the camera there. Sorry about that, but yeah, it's bad of me. But look at that, he's like crying and so on. You can see the Deku in him. When he's all like crying, he's all like, oh yes, please work hard. He's all this. He looks like Deku / Senpai in Nagatoro, which also calls him by Deku. Come on, he's literally like a fusion between Nagatoro Senpai and Deku, which recorded his voice also by the same person, which is the same voice actor. In Nagatoro as well, yeah. Like, am I the only one? He looks like Senpai, come on. He's Senpai x Deku, same voice actor in all 3 characters. Like, it has to be on purpose. but he's Deku. But he's also voiced by Deku. I think if the sound here, if I have the... This is more bit too there. See? Now we hear him talking to. Now we hear him talk. You're like, well, that is Deku. Yeah, like, now we hear him scream there. You're like, well, that's definitely Deku, bro. That is definitely the Deku guy. Yeah, like, it's. Yeah, like, come on, man. Now we hear the voice too. Like, oh, that is Deku. Oh, I'm convinced, man. It has to be on purpose, man. They were like, the author was like, I kind of like this Deku guy from Academia. Can we get him to voice this character? Oh, it's beautiful. But all that Deku aside, though, this looks like a pretty cool anime, I think. Actually, it's one of the better animes. Again, obviously, it's a kind of parody. They're like working as office ladies, then they can transform into magic girls and fight some weird stuff. Yeah, obviously Deku, he's working for this like magic girl. This is like some kind of magic girl, or sidekick thing. Yeah, we're not even bad at the bottom here. It's gonna be like Kodomo. Oh yeah, this is also a pretty cute anime. Everyone's a crossdresser. This is an anime where everyone is like cross-dressing. Oh, it did. Yeah, so I get a trailer for this anime. It's like Gal Club or something. Everyone is like cross-dressing. So you can find the image of it. This is some weird like cross-dressing anime. Where every person he meets are actually Yeah. Or has the cross-dressers or something. Oh my god. The trailer's kind of meh. The better trailer for this thing. But it's basically one of these like hostess clubs, right? Where everyone is like a cross-dresser. Yeah, the trailers are really terrible. Honestly, Jesus Christ. Can't find a good scene trailer at all. Maybe the first minutes. Oh, here we go. This is the best one we get. But basically, you know, they're all like cross-dressers. Running some kind of, you know, like, yeah, hostess club thing. It's like a really weird anime. Might be pretty fun. If you're into that classic, like, gender bending stuff. But that's kind of it for this anime, I think. For this season. It's also this, like, phone anime. Looks pretty good from JC staff. That's the Truman. So use the title alone. We need more of those animes. Or Madhouse is doing an anime. I have no idea what it is, but it looks pretty good actually. When I see this Madhouse, there was a kind of grown-up anime. I get kind of happy. I'm just looking at the bottom here. And then there's some other weird. Tennis season 5000 or whatever. Okay, so I already checked the movies and so on. There's not a single good movie coming in season, which is really weird. I checked it before the stream, and it's like literally no good movies that I do interesting at all. Usually it has a good movie on Christmas, but basically it's like, you know, Attack on Titan is getting a movie, which is like, obviously it's like, you know, the last bit of it summarized or whatever, yeah, in better quality. Actually might be actually watchable. Honestly, this movie here actually might be pretty good to watch, because I guess they're gonna like combine, you know, what's this here, like all the last, you know, the part 1, 2, 3 or whatever, right? The whole, you know, final, you know, the final part 3. It says here, yeah, the final season. Remember this name, right? Remember the name, you know, the final season, the final part 1, final part 2. You know what I mean? Like they had the dumbest name ever, right? It had the dumbest name ever. And so on, right? So this movie actually might be pretty good, honestly, right? Because they're gonna, you know, combine all those terrible part 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and just better quality one movie. Actually might be pretty fun to watch, actually, just combining it all and making it less, you know, choppy and so on, right? Wizardry, Blade and Bastard. But it's not the Colosseum one, right? You mentioned about Wizardry, Blade and Bastard. It sounds a lot like Magic Wand, yeah, like Restoria, Magic Wand. But I mean, you know, I'm not a big fan of Goblin Slayer anyway. You know that, right? Because I think Goblin Slayer was too. It was too, you know. What can I say? It wasn't dark enough. It wasn't my Berserk, right? I wanted it more Berserky. Blade and Bastard. Why don't I get them? I'm looking for it. Blade and. No, I found something here. Blade and Bastard. 9 months ago. Okay, so it's a red top lady. A red top lady with like big sword. Yes. Yeah. Huh. Looks kind of similar to Goblin Slayer art style. Wizard of this game. Yeah, I've never played that Wizardry. Well, can maybe Wizardry. Yeah, I mean it's one of those games, right, where you see in Power Vision. I think I might have played it a little bit. I don't know. Like I said, I was never a big fan of Goblin Slayer. I think it was like, I think the pacing was so slow in the anime that I just didn't care about it. There was too much Vegapunk talking, you know. It drove me crazy. Yeah, but I think I played it. We saw it at the later games. But anyways, You should summarize, guys. Let's just summarize. Sorry, let me press the button there. I like to do, of course. Yeah, I mean, I played Wizardry, the later ones. Whew. To summarize, okay? No, okay. So let's just go over the best animes again. Now you've come in too late, right? So you missed out the best stuff, right? Obviously, no one cares about isekai trash. It's like Maid isekai. ReFantazio, of course. Who is the blue girl, right? We all keep saying it every week, right? Again, right? Obviously, start the stream. I'll see here again. I'm usually talking about the best ones new, very briefly. Obviously, ReFantazio is number one this season, like absolute number one, and no other anime is even remotely close, right, to the hype of ReFantazio. Yeah, this is of course the best anime coming. I can't even see any other anime even getting. I keep saying it, even close to this anime. Like, this is obviously the best anime. Like, come on, Jesus Christ! Like, this is not even, even remotely close. And I thought about it more earlier in the stream, but basically, right, ReFantazio is arguably like the best anime of all time, and it's like arguably the best isekai ever made, right? And I'm sitting here in my Aqua shirt, right? But I think it's very different, right? Because Konosuba is like comedy, and I think Konosuba is like the funniest anime of all time, right? But Konosuba has, it's a very different genre actually from ReFantazio, right? It's kind of funny calling them both isekai, right? Isekai is more like, okay, they're both interested more, but they're very, very different, right? So, not really comparable, but yeah. ReFantazio is like one of the best, isn't the best drama anime of all time, right? And easily the best time traveling focused anime, if anything, yeah. There's no other anime with time traveling that is so good as ReFantazio. As a main concept. Obviously, other anime have it too, but like, as a main, as its like main focus. Obviously, the best. Alfrata is ultimate trash. I kind of like it though. She's my favorite character. So I will watch it though and make fun of it mostly. But yeah, well, One Piece is ongoing. I say it earlier again though. One Piece is gonna have its worst arc ever now in the anime. So I'm kinda a little bit looking forward to it, right? Because we're gonna get into that Vegapunk speech. And it is the slowest the manga has ever been. I said earlier, I said here again. Genuinely, okay? I'm not a One Piece hater. I'm just saying that speech from Vegapunk, it is the worst thing Oda's ever done. Okay? He's been writing this manga for like 27 years. And that, I would say, is the absolute bottom of One Piece. The pacing is atrocious. The pacing is so slow. And the anime, of course, makes everything even slower, right? Because the manga is like, oh my god, can you please just end this speech? It just keeps going. It just keeps going. It's like 13 chapters. It's like a whole volume of nothing. Like, genuinely, Vegapunk could have said everything is important in the whole volume in like one sentence. And it's like 5,000 words or something. It's like one thing that matters. And he's come to the anime, right? I want to see how the anime is going to handle the Vegapunk thing. It obviously is going to be 100 times worse, I think, right? It's going to be, remember though, Ushiriku! Right? It's going to be like that, like 10 times worse. Yeah, it's going to be like, Vegapunk's gonna be like, let me explain to you about Goldie Roger. Then it's gonna be like 10-minute flashbacks of like Roger and Uden running on the beach or something. Nothing will happen. It's just gonna be like the worst thing ever. Oh, it's gonna be so bad. But yeah, Lilith might join the Straw Hats. She definitely will be a Alliance member at least when it's over. Absolutely. But yeah, I can't wait for the anime to be like absolutely dreadful. Oh my god. Of course, DanMachi on the top anime. Top of early, right? Obviously, Freya is finally the main character, or sorry, main antagonist. I mean, yeah, main antagonist. Obviously, yeah, finally. And this is, I guess, Siv then, North mythology, yeah. Blah blah. Who cares? Itchy anime is good. I mean, I like it. It's like Marin. it's like Marin at home, Yeah, not as good as Dress Up Darling, but still a pretty good anime. Bleach, of course. I like my Bleach. I like my, Ichigo doing cool stuff. But Bleach just looks so good, though. You have to give it to the Bleach team, right? They had like 10-year break. They're coming back with like the best looking shonen fights, definitely. It's like every episode of Bleach of the part 1 and 2 looks amazing. So the writing is kind of like, well, it's Bleach, but the fights looks really good at least. Yeah, like it's such an amazing animation. And for me, obviously, this is again the big shonen this season by far. The other shonen aren't even remotely close for this thing. And then Dandan, of course, which I guess you could call it shonen, but yeah, and Dandan obviously is the new big anime. Of all the new animes, I think Dandan is easily number 1, right? Of course, I'm more excited for S0 Stable, right? But that's obviously SN3. So all the new animes, yeah, Dandan is probably my biggest number 1 here that we haven't seen before at all. Yes. So what type of Freya? Yeah, but I mean, but like I said, right, I am more excited for Freya absolutely than Dandan. But if we just look at like completely new animes, no, previous season, there's no sequel, right? Then Dandan is probably what I'm most hyped for, right? For just having no like understanding of what's gonna happen, right? So to speak, completely kind of blind into it. But like I said earlier, though, it's also unfortunate how they got leaked, right? The whole thing got leaked, so right. Talk about earlier at length, but yeah, everything got leaked. So that this sounds like the most isekai trash ever. It actually aired earlier today, and it's the most trash ever. FT is lovable. It's also incredible, generic. But honestly, I don't feel it is that many. Oh, here it is, the last one. I don't feel there are that many must-watch. Honestly, though, this is also one of my other favorites. Otherwise, from the new animes, right? Like I am the villain, and I wanna be a villain. Yeah, so. I love Baccarina, right? This anime here is very, very Baccarina. She's very, very similar to Baccarina, except that she wants to be the bad girl. Yeah, but otherwise it's the same thing, right? She's reborn. She's like, oh no, all the death flags, but what if I become really evil before they kill me? Yeah, I will do it first, right? So that's her take instead. But otherwise, it's actually pretty boys and princesses or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. I kind of like the Ottoman Villainess anime, so also a heavy hitter for me. And then we kind of go around. But also, I don't know. I don't think there is actually. Honestly, I don't feel this that like super. I don't know. Do you really think this season is that good? I don't think there's that many. I feel it's like only 3-4 animes that I feel like, oh, I have to really watch this anime. Like, oh, I definitely gotta watch anime. I don't feel there are that many. It's not like, it's like a handful of I gotta watch this or else. Where I think there've been other seasons where you have like 10 animes. Where you're like, oh, I have to watch all these 10s. Now I feel it's like maybe 3-4 animes where I feel like, oh, I have to watch these, 4 animes. And then there's like 10 other animes. So I feel like, maybe, right? So I don't know. I don't think this has that many mega hits. But yeah, but that's like 4 animes, right? Daima, Dan. Yeah. But I also probably have those 7 animes. Plus Blaze, probably. Yeah, those 5. That's probably my list too, if you add Bleach to it. More or less, right? yeah, they all have that Wheel of D in them. Yeah, they all have the Wheel of D, man. I was thinking about, but I said it earlier, being the stream. For example, I am more excited, right, to play Metamorphosis. It's just an annoying name. What's it called again? Metamorphosis ReFantazio, right? Like Persona 6 basically. I am like more excited to play that game and play like ReFantazio. Yeah, which I think might still be the best game this year. I have some high hopes. Hope is the last thing that leaves you, Why can't I? That didn't work at all. Wait, weird. Oh, there we go. Must be some lag, sorry. Must be some lag. Why can't I? Okay, my PC is lagging. I should on stream. Be internet. Sorry. That was strange. There's some massive lag spike there. Like this game, right? I still got my high hopes for it. more or almost than the animes. And because I mean, this is basically like playing an anime, right? These games are like playing an anime. You know, everything's like anime looking and so on. Yeah. Huh. Have you heard about the game? DanMachi Light and Water, and it's not like one of those what's called gacha mobile games. It's a Metroidvania. When is it coming out then? I don't see any release date though. I don't see any release date. Is there any gameplay or anything? I haven't even heard of it before. Is there any like gameplay on the only thing I find is like some dude talking about it. The only thing I'm getting is the same person like reacting to it. It's like no actual trailer on it. Here we go. I gotta find like a trailer on this thing here. I haven't even heard about it before. DanMachi video game. Okay. I'll check it out. Make my smaller again. But it also seems to be about gameplay though. I have a trailer here. It's like you'll see a new character. Come on, fix that a bit. There we go. Yeah, like that. Some new is there any gameplay though? It seems I can only find this kind of stuff of like of this DanMachi game here. Like he's showing you know, like still frames and this water some other characters. It's just a lot of this stuff. He's showing you like waters and like here's a little bit maybe. Okay, here's a little bit. Okay, here's the only gameplay I can see. It's like you're playing as Belkun, fighting some monster there. Yeah, I don't know. It's not that much gameplay. That I will say definitely not in these trailers. Like I find the list. Unless you can send me a better trailer, perhaps. But yeah, I see what you mean. It does look like a Metroidvania, Castlevania game, so to speak, right? Certainly, like you're fighting this shark monster thing, I guess, right? And you have these stats. You have some kind of like items up here. You have some kind of your level obviously, and you might have like you not the hearts, but some kind of special ability, right? Some ammo kind of thing, help obviously. And then you probably can summon your allies. Yeah, it looks like the old Spider-Man games where you could summon Captain America and so on. So you could find like Captain America and Daredevil and so on. Then you had like, you can summon 2 cap attacks per fight or whatever. I guess this is the same thing here. We can like summon, I guess, Lily or and she consider like supports you or whatever. So this is probably what this button does. I can see, you summon your allies, right? So I can see what you mean. Yeah, it definitely looks like a Metroidvania, and I guess you probably pick up more allies, for example, right? The more you explore, and you get new ability. You can jump higher, and you can like jump up here, and you get get to a new floor and so on, right? Yeah, so that could be good. It's hard to fail those games. Yeah, here we see him climbing a bit. Here it's like him climbing up some stairs as well. And obviously a little bit like yeah, see this is what I meant. There we go. Yeah, that's what I meant, right? That's why I guessed correctly there. I think so. Go back a bit there. That's what I was thinking about. That thing exactly. Like you can summon Lily, right? Exactly I was guessing there. That you can like this is probably costing you, you probably have like 2 Lilies per stage, right? So you can like summon her and she does some kind of AoE attack. This is exactly what they're saying with like the Spider-Man thing. Like the old SNES game Spider-Man, yeah. So you can summon her like twice per, life or whatever, right? And then you can probably You probably have you saw 4 characters there, right? So you can probably have some customization where you can guess like, oh, I want to have these 3 plus this one, and then I change for the next stage. So you probably have like 10 or so allies you can summon, right? And you can pick like 4 out of 10, and you can have different kind of abilities depending on the boss fights you want to have with you, so on. And then I guess, like I mentioned earlier, maybe they also do something. Maybe some of them will freeze the enemies. So you can use that to get higher up and so on. Yeah, so maybe they can also summon your allies to get to a higher floor or whatever. But yeah, 2D action game shouldn't be too hard to not fail, right? We say, yeah, shouldn't be too hard not to fail. I would hope, right? Sorry, I didn't chat a bit in my. Yeah, no, I like those games too. Obviously, I even made my own, right, back in the days. One of the first games I made for college was like a Mega Man game, kind of more. But you return, yeah, it's like Metroidvania, a little more action packed, but it's like a mixture of that. And then in my third year, I made another platform game that was more like Contra, more like Super Vector. That was more a rail shooter, so to speak, a platform rail shooter, and so on. But yeah, I always like this game too. It is a genre that is pretty easy not to fail, honestly, right? Because I do think that the anime games are pretty terrible, though, and it just surprised me because it not surprised me anymore. But I mean, back in the days, like if you go back 30 years ago, licensed games were terrible, not all of them, but many of them were really terrible, right? And then we had a little bit of like an upscale there, where because they were so bad for so many years, let's say for 30 to 20 years, that interval. So then they got better, right? The companies felt that okay, we need to make them better because no one buys them anymore. So the next sort of getting pretty good. But now I feel we're back at like people are just buying these gacha games anyway, no matter how bad or good they are. So the quality has really went down. Something. Yeah, I don't know. But this game here looks pretty good. And like I said, I would be surprised if you fail a Metroidvania game. It is easy to make this genre pretty decent. I mean, it is a. I wouldn't say it's a forgiving genre, to my point. But I think that Metroidvania games is kind of like, it is easy to understand what to do in the game, right? As a designer. I mean, okay, we have some secrets, different bosses, different pathways, different upgrades to get higher up or lower down, or to be able to open a door, or to be able to go down into the waterfall or whatever, right? Or to climb waterfalls, so on. Yeah, like that kind of stuff. It's easy to understand what to do as a developer because you kind of have that thing going for them. So, but yeah, RPG. I would feel RPG is harder to do. Maybe it depends how big it is. But I think an RPG you have to have like a writer and so on. Unless if you, I mean, it depends, right? But I would assume one of the college kids who's writing. But yeah, it feels like hit and miss a big part of that thing when you make a role playing game. If someone actually could write them, we had a good storyline as well. Lunar, the old role playing game. No, I think I heard about it, but honestly, it's a little bit like I said with the animes earlier, right? I think the too many remakes, man. We need to have less remakes. We have to stop doing all this re-releases and remakes. We have to do new stuff, right? We can't just keep doing that. It's gonna become like the Marvel movies, where you just gonna keep doing almost the same thing over and over again, and if they don't do the same thing, they remake some other stuff this thing, and so people are getting really tired of it. It's not a good look, I think. A lot of these studios, both for gaming and for other stuff, it's a little bit like that. I mean, we see it, for example, with Square Enix, right? Also having miserable sales, right? Yeah. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I used to animate in Flash back in the days. Used to use Adobe Flash to make animation stuff. But it's interesting. But that's the thing too, not to be that guy, right? But it does feel like, oh yeah. But yeah, but that's the thing though, right? Like how hard is it to actually make like an actual game, right? a 5 hour game, but I mean, if you were actually like working, if you were actually there working in a company, or so to speak, you had a company, you were like, let's say 10 people doing that, how hard is it to actually make a game, right? That might be like functionally viable. I think it's just so interesting when it comes to the game industry that in these days we have this like incredible bloated products, right? They're costing like millions of dollars, right? But I'm just imagining that you can make basically the same game for like a few, like a $1 million. Yeah, it's like, but I can just hire like 10 college kids and make the same game probably that you made for like $100 million. Um, it just feels so. It feels so weird, so failed, right? And for example, I assume you heard about Concord, right? The Concord failures. And Concord cost like $200 million. Then like actually it cost $400 million, right? And everyone's like, oh, they can't be true and blah blah and so on, right? And I don't know if it's true or not. I don't know. I don't know if that 400 million is true for Concord, but I want to bring it up here because one thing I've seen with a lot of people like defending Concord, saying that the 400 million has to be wrong. Because look at Spider-Man, that costs 300 million, and Spider-Man is a much better game than Concord, like 10 times better game. So obviously Concord can't cost 400 million. That reasoning is completely insane, okay? That's completely stupid to say that, right? It's the opposite, okay? Concord, as we all know, is a failed game, right? It was terrible. They had that, you have to call me the professor or so on, right? It obviously was a very, very terrible work environment, and they had to, get consulting, they had to fire people, hire people, so on, right? So no. The costs, right, for a game like Concord, not being works on the game, is going to be higher, right? Saying that one game has to cost more because it's a better game is completely stupid. It's so stupid, right? Because again, a failed game actually costs you more money, right? Because you have to maybe fire the dumb people and hire some new people, get some custody and delays and blah 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 and so on. So like the cost to make a product doesn't at all, like compare to how good it is, right? And if anything, again, then a failed project costs more money, right? Because you're trying to fix it usually, and it pays more money. So I think that's something I see a lot of people trying to defend Concord, like it cannot be true that it costs more than Spider-Man. Again, then because Spider-Man is an actual like functional good game. You're like, no, I think it's because again it's so bad. But for me, it's like no, but it's some failed game that it makes more sense that it costs more. Right? Because it's like no, but and you would have to like I said it on the video, right? But Concord has that person when her pronoun her I said, but yeah, her pronoun was the professor, right? She was not a professor. She had no academic record, but you had to address her as like Professor Mary or something because her pronoun was professor. So yeah, like you have to address her as professor, right? Of course this person is insane. Of course this person is like super crazy. But just imagine working at that, right? I said it again. I say it again, right? For example, right? I am not working with everyone. I have worked with people, across my life, right? That have been less or more insane, right? Mentally unstable, whatever, right? Obviously, that goes up and down and so forth, right? And when you work with these crazy people, right? It obviously takes you more effort. You have to navigate their insanity, right? And it takes you more time, and they might be incompetent and so forth, right? But I have never worked with someone that is like, you have to call me the professor, you know what I mean? That person has to be insane, like completely insane, right? And having to work with that, trust me, even if you don't believe in that person, right? You're like, oh, this person is crazy, right? You will still have to manage that, right? Because this person is around the HR immediately if you don't call him the professor. So you have to be super careful. You have to be like, oh, hello, good morning, Mary the professor, right? You have to be, it's a bit weird. So you stuff like that, right? When you know that this company has stuff like that happening like on a regular daily basis, right? Which again is just cray, right? For me, that it would cost more than a proper functional game. Again, that makes sense because no, that's gonna cost so much work time. Because people gonna have to like work around the craziness. People gonna have to like run around this insanity, and it's gonna take so much more time to do anything. So no, it's like, you know, we know it's cray. I see. Yeah, I could do a lot of stuff there with sprites and so on. So I use Flash, and we had all the different sprites we made. Me and another guy, right? And then you will put them in Flash, and you made Flash like make them into one scene. That's how you would animate like a running scene and so on. That's, or I mean like a run animation. I mean, yeah, or idle and so on. Yeah, you would put different frames into Flash and so on. But I was of course never a graphic guy, but I did some graphic for one game then, or two games, but especially one game, in like Flash or draw it myself and so on. Back in the days, you know. But it's kind of classic, right? So I was the game designer of that game, and then it's like, well, I don't have anything to really design right now. Might as well do something else. So I guess I can help out doing the art then for some ugly enemies in the background, right? Some better artists can do the main character, and I can like draw some boss or something. It's kind of like that. I can do one of the bosses. That's kind of that feel to it, right? I think it's pretty common. Have you seen my video about the terrible school Sweden? Yrkesskolan. My best video ever. No, but one of my best videos. Explaining the terrible system in Sweden of its incredibly bad vocational schools, right? But anyway, somewhere in that video, it's a long video, I talk about the conceptual idea of that basically every good game developer has more than one skill, right? Okay, there's almost never a developer, or developer is the word wrong for it, but game something that can only do one thing, right? You very rarely will you have someone who can only do art, right? Only design, only coding. Usually you have some person that's like, oh, this is the game designer, but he can also code, right? So when you have nothing to design, it's how it's kind of finished or whatever, then you can do the code, or you can do the art or right? Or you have a tester who can also do art or whatever. It's always like that, right? When you actually have someone competent. Very rarely do you find someone that can only do one thing, you know, and they can only do one thing good. Those people are very unusual, actually, in, I say, in traditional game development, right? But nowadays, with this like really low tier vocational school, right? They only train them to do one thing and only that, right? And then they sell them out to these like companies and have terrible salaries, and they only do one thing and they only do that one thing, right? So that's one of the reasons why development has declined so much, right? Because you went from these, like as you mentioned earlier, passionate people that are very hardcore, have several skills, very into it, into these like kind of mindless goons that have only one skill instead and are not passionate whatsoever, right? So it's a massive, yeah, but they're not really like colleges. Like I said, right, in that video, college for Sweden and Norway and so on, that's what we call högskola. And then university, which is then a better category in Europe, which is a higher like learning because it's harder to get in there and so on, and they have better studies. The actual school has to publish stuff. The university is basically like an Ivy League school, right? So, for example, in Sweden, you have maybe like, I don't know, let's say 30 colleges, but only maybe like 7 or 8 universities, right? Something like that. And Norway has maybe like 2 universities and like 20 colleges, something like that. So it's like university is kind of like the Ivy League. It's like the harder, better, higher learning, but they still give you a bachelor degree, both of them, right? So to speak. But everyone knows that. Well, obviously the bachelor degree from university is like higher regard because it's a much better school, right? So it's interesting in that sense. My God, you're dancing, but I'm talking about other stuff. I'm talking about my ranting about my endless rant. But you know, you know what I'm talking about. This guy here is entered. He knows what I'm talking about. He knows my hatred for these schools. He didn't go there. He knows my hatred for these schools. No, but it's interesting. This concept, I think, in Sweden and Norway and Denmark and so on, just because the schools are free, right? I think it's an interesting conceptual difference in half of Europe compared to like America. Because the schools are free here, it's kind of strange sometimes. You feel kind of weird. Like, why would someone go to vocational school where you can go to like university? Because it costs the same money, right? So to speak, because nothing. So it's a very different feeling there. I have a lot of friends in America where went to like state, in-state university, in-state college, right? And that is much cheaper than going out of state college. So in America, you might have someone that's really brilliant, really smart, right? But he goes to an in-state college to not waste money, so to speak, right? And have a degree from a school that is much cheaper to go to, right? But that in Europe, basically, it doesn't exist, right? So it's a very different, actual like backstory for that thing. So yeah, see, no loans, right? Not what they got sued. See, but see exactly game design. Not this game design though for vocational schools. Okay, yeah, that's America. You sue them, yeah, you sue them in America. That's also what you do it. You sue them hard. No, but and especially as you say there, yes, vocational design in general. Of course, game design, but also especially vocational schools are they're extra weird when they're like based on theory, which is yet another problem where they base them on. How to say it? They're supposed to be vocational school in the past were only for practical stuff, right? Carpeting and so on, right? But now many of them are for actual theory, but they pretend that it's practice, and it doesn't make any sense. So there's also another issue with this. But yeah, suing your school and so on. That's also, I feel it's very America. I like it. Yeah, I feel it's very America. I also have no loans though. I did take any loans. I also have no. But of course, the school will never help. But that's also a thing. The school will never help you, right? That's like the only. In my experience, when it comes to vocational school in Sweden and so on, that feels like the only thing people actually like them for. That the school might help them to get into the industry, something like that. But otherwise, I mean, how do you get a job in a sense, right? You send your resumes, you go to there. I don't know. It's been a while since I had to get a job in the game industry, but it's always like, I think when it's especially game industry, it's the hardest thing to get your first job, right? But that being said, though, in something even harder than to get your first game industry job, that is your first board game. Okay, so for a while, right, I was trying to publish a board game. I made this like card game, right? And I decided on the cards that I wanted to make like you could buy all the cards, in like one pack, right? So not a trading card game. And I was trying to publish that for like years. That was even much harder than even if I was a game designer at a company, because no one wants to give me a chance as a first board game developer, like the first board game publisher. It's like impossible to find like a board game company that wanted to publish like a not yet published person. It was like impossible. Like no one wanted to be the first person and give me a chance. Like it was impossible. Oh yeah, that's true. Okay, true. You get a job at school. The classic. That's the classic idea. The classic. Yeah, of course, the classic. You give your school a job. That actually reminds me though. When I made that video, a lot of the comments were like, "No, you're wrong about education because the only people that are teachers at game schools are also, failed people that can't get a job, whatever." People say that a lot, but I was like, but in my video, I literally told you not to go to game schools. Like, it's just like that thing, right? People very rarely will actually watch your video, honestly, right? Half the comments you get, people won't even watch the video. They see the title, right? So I was like, but in the video, I literally say that it's better going to like, if you'll be like an engineer, right? It's better going to like general engineering than like game engineering, right? It's just learn the basic, right? So it's more like that, right? So it's kind of funny getting like tons of comments saying like, "Oh, you're wrong." I was like, "Well, actually, none of you watched the video." Right? It's like, well, actually, not a single person of you actually cared to see what my actual argument was. Oh, it is funny, man. It is really funny. But that's kind of where you get in, right? On YouTube as well. Oof. But Washington, should I ask for job for Jeff Bezos or something? Isn't that both where Jeff and Bill? So no, isn't both Microsoft and Amazon based in Bellevue, Washington? Aren't they both from Washington State? All those big IT companies. But remind me if I'm correct here. Isn't Washington also where you have like one of those super left-leaning Berkeley, California, right? What is that city in Washington that is like even crazier? It's like Portland something. Is that in Washington? It's Oregon though. Maybe I'm thinking of Portland still though. It's up in that northwest, right? Help me out there. I want to have one of those like, terrible regions. Yeah, that's all of our ideas, right? The whole west of America is crazy, yeah. That's your issue, man. You're on the west coast. Well, well, that's all the new animes, though, guys. Honestly, and Valve and the DD company. I mean, Wizard Coast. Oh yeah. Well, that's interesting though. The decline of quality from a school, right? But that is, have you heard the new stuff about people not hiring SBI employees? What should those two left learn? Well, so you're blaming Amazon now? It's all Amazon's fault? I don't know. My whole conceptual idea is that everything is super. It's like you have to avoid American West Coast. My image of America is like, okay, the left is left literally. Like if you go to the further you go to the West Coast, the further left you also go on the map, and it also becomes left leaning. It's like exactly like the map looks like, yeah. Maybe Amazon has some effect on it, but it can't be that many Amazon jobs or whatever, right? Even if they have a lot of jobs in Washington. That is true. But I love that concept, right? You know what I'm talking about. I love that concept that we have people like Joe Rogan and so on, right? And they're all moving to Austin, Texas, and then Austin, Texas becomes California, right? It's really funny. Have you seen that, right? So they moved. They all hate California, right? So they moved to Austin, Texas, and then they still vote like they did back in California. So now they're complaining that Austin is turning into like LA. So they're like, how did Austin also become bad? It is exactly like LA now. It's like, well, yeah, maybe because you haven't learned anything. You come to, but yeah, I guess the same thing there. Yeah, they moved to Seattle, but isn't that more like Microsoft's fault though? Wasn't Microsoft there first though in Seattle? Wasn't Microsoft on the other side of the water there, and making all that region be very gentrified? I do want to say it's like Bill Gates' fault, more than like his fault. But it's interesting. It's interesting. They're moving there and they're making the same thing. Well, it's true that Microsoft was like that. Well, it is true. Microsoft was that. Microsoft was also less like that, I guess, in the past. Yeah. I imagine him turning more like that later, right? But I think what you're saying is interesting in more general sense, because, like I said, right, we see people like moving there and complaining that, oh, it's turning into what I moved away from, right? And it's really interesting because you would think that people should learn from that. That, okay, if I'm leaving A place, which I don't like, so I move to B place, you would imagine they would like realize that whatever I was doing at A place, or as a group at least, what we were doing wasn't good. So we shouldn't do it again, right? But people seem to do this all the time, right? People seem to do this all the time. They move to a place and they're just trying to make the same place, right? And not to be that guy, but I think we can see a similar tendency with immigration, right? Immigration is like I'm fleeing country A to country B, and then I'm acting like I was doing in country B, and country B is also a terrible place, right? It's like kind of the same thing, right? It's quite not obvious, of course, and usually it's more the shit than that, but it's a little bit similar. Yeah, but you gotta learn from your mistake, right? Also be a Sisyphus task where you do the same thing over and over again and never learn, right? But that's why, and I said it in my other video, I talk about what's it called, delayed gratification last week. But it's like, that's why I never understand, and I mean this very, very sincerely here. That's why I never understand why people still believe in communism, right? Like from an actual like political sense. Because you could be like left leaning, but the whole idea of like actual hardcore socialism and communism, right? That has been tried several times and it's never worked, right? So I never understand that people still believe in that. Like it doesn't make any sense. Like you've seen like 10 other countries fail, right? Every time they actually incorporate real communism, you know, not the Soviet Union, but like Cambodia and Cuba and Ukraine, also Soviet Union earlier, and Venezuela and so on. Every time you do that, it always fails. So you're like, why do you want that for? I mean, you would think that people would be like realizing by now that doesn't work, right? That's terrible too. That is terrible too. Yeah, the cost will also go up in price, of course. Yeah, they will put up the prices. I watched a documentary quite recently about Santa Monica. I think it was Santa Monica particularly. How that has become really bad, right? Because obviously the prices has gone up and up and up, right? In Santa Monica and generally LA. But then during Corona, right, and COVID, people started working from home instead, which meant that all these like restaurants and so on couldn't operate, right? So no one could operate like a clothing store or whatever at Santa Monica anymore. But the rent is too high, of course, to have like a normal restaurant here, right? Without any like, you know, high earning IT people ever. And now, even people are now working less from home again, there's clearly not enough people, right, to kind of go around, so to speak, for restaurant in Santa Monica. But the rent is even higher than it used to be, right? So it's like impossible to run a restaurant there and so on, because it's like you have to basically have like a constant influx of like really overpaid, you know, like modern IT kind of, you know, Silicon Valley people or whatever, right? So it's impossible to like just run any kind of store there basically. We turned into like a ghost town. Yeah, and then yet though, are the rent prices so high or even higher than, right? Because then they're going negative, so they want even more money. And now you have empty blocks there, right? Because no one can hire anything there. It's just crazy. Yeah, my best friend lives in LA, so he has a house in the like East LA. So he knows a lot about that. He talks about it a lot. Yeah, and his house costs a lot of money. He's just like, but you know, he's like, oh shit, if it falls down, it's gonna collapse his all his money, right? But I think he has it better because he bought it kind of like in the, you know, nice suburbs now, like a classic like family house, nice suburb things. Like I said, not at the water, you know, the other side, right? So it's just kind of nice nature place there, and yeah, it's not like there's no, you know, homeless people there or so on. Yeah, it's a more like clean neighborhood, kind of a little bit of a, you know, closed, gated community kind of neighborhood kind of thing, right? So it feels like the value is more stable in those regions. But of course, for my friend, then he has to drive. You know, obviously, right? He lives in a gated community. He has to take like an hour car ride to work every day and so on, right? At least, right? Yeah, it's very much like that. He has to, of course, drive everywhere. It's America, but I mean, even more so, right? And it's not like he has at his store where he lives, right? You know, if he wants to buy something and take the car and drive 30 minutes, right? You can't just go and buy milk, right? Because he lives in a gated community with only houses, so you can't, there's no store there. There's no food, right? It's very much that, right? Which I know is true for America in general, it's like that, but it's even more like that because where he lives. It's very kind of secluded outside, kind of any metropolitan area, right? No, but he tells me every day that it's terrible, and of course it's night and day, right? It's night and day when you go to where he lives and you go to where he works. Right? He lives in downtown, right? He works for the state there, so yeah, he goes down there. But it's the same. But it's the same. But it's always the same, right? Or the same, but it is kind of a weird place. No, I don't follow Twitter at all. I'm basically never on X anymore. I think that I blame Elon Musk. He ruined my Twitter account. No, but seriously, I think that one thing that Twitter did right is that Twitter he enforced the whole you have to pay whatever $8 or whatever it is a month or whatever, right, to get certified and all this stuff. And if you don't do that, right, your tweets or whatever, no one will ever see them basically, right? And I was like, screw you, Elon Musk. No, so I never pay for that. And I can see that Twitter is like that for me now. If you don't pay that basic fee, right, which is not very expensive, but still, right, if you never pay for that, your tweets or whatever, right, is completely, gone forever. So I feel like I barely even go there anymore to tweet anything because I get no one will see my tweets, right? So I'm just like, I feel like I'm that kind of user where I'm not willing to pay for it, so it's just I don't know. I don't follow it anymore. You have to have already a big following, right? And not pay to be seen. Absolutely. So yeah, I don't know. I just don't read anything at Twitter anymore. I completely I only use YouTube's also tweet this thing automatically. Yeah, I never on Twitter anymore, which is great. It's great for your sanity. No, but very rarely, it feels kind of pointless. Sorry, but yeah, I don't know. And people just fight right on it. No, I agree, but yeah, I just answering your first question there is have you been on Twitter? No, I don't read anyone's tweets anymore. No, no. But when you bring it up though, it makes me think though that you would like to have something else. I would like to have some other system where people could oh, I'm the author of X thing. Here's a detail that I didn't say, or that the anime is or whatever, right? I would like to have that kind of social media platform in a sense, but I would like to have with all the all the fighting and all the annoying tweets or whatever. Maybe you would like to have a social media platform where only people that were certified could write or something. It sounds really weird, but I mean only recognized authors or whatever or famous people could write something. It would be very weird maybe, but maybe that's actually what I would like to have because I don't really bother myself tweeting anything, right? And I don't want to see a billion idiots saying stuff. I just want that what you wrote. I just kind of want this is the information from author X kind of thing. I would like to have more that, so I can just read from this is the people I have. It's something weird with it. I don't know because if I go there, I kind of just want to see a certain amount of people I follow. You know what I mean? Yeah, but I mean it's more I don't care about people's comments or whatever. Yeah, I just only want to see basically the the main thing. And I don't want to see other people that I don't care about what they think about anything. Actually, one worst thing I know about Twitter, and I'm ranting here about Twitter, but seriously, is that there are certain people, right, which I of course hate. No, but there are people that I don't like, whatever, right, and they will tweet stuff, and I will just be not interested in this account, right? I'll be X account, and then I will still get them recommended to me over and over again. That to me is so weird, Twitter. That doesn't make any sense to me. because that is clearly stupid from their system. Like, no, but I told you I don't want to see this like person, right? And for me, that's only with like anime stuff. So there are certain anime YouTubers. It doesn't matter how many times I tell you Twitter that I don't want to see their tweets. Their tweets will still appear for me anyway. Like even if I say that 10 times over, don't show me these crazy person tweets. Twitter will still do it the next day anyway. Like it's just crazy. That thing is so annoying too. So I was like, so I don't like to block people, right? I never block people. So I don't want to block them, right? I just don't want to see them, just like some show on Twitter. I want to see them only if I go to their, profile, right? I don't want to have to see them all the time, you know what I mean? So I'm just like, what? So for example, what's called him again? He got exposed again, right? This fake YouTuber, Nicholas Light, yeah. He pops up on my tweets all the time. And every time I'm like, this guy is fake, and I please not see him. That is true. That's a good point, though. You bring that's a very good point, which is strange. So basically, like saying there, that is a very good point. That the mangakas, or just also, I guess, of course, light novel writers then, are actually quite active on Twitter. Yeah, Japanese authors are quite active on Twitter. So, for example, when I was reacting and reading Maria Sama, right, Maria Dansai, this like mother getting revenge on her son's killers, right? It's a very brutal manga. I haven't read it for a while, but I'm gonna read it again when it's more chapter out. So it's written by this female author. It's kind of like herself in a little bit, I feel. But anyway, she actually comments on my videos, right? She actually comes in there and comments my videos. She will write like on Twitter like, "Oh, I like your reaction" and so on. Yeah, so like yeah, so the Japanese authors are actually quite active on Twitter for some reason. So I don't feel that's the same for other countries, but specifically Japanese authors are very active on Twitter. Yeah, they would actually like respond to some tweets and like actually discuss stuff people and so on. So it is really weird. But yeah, Japanese Twitter is like 100 times better than English Twitter. Yeah, that's true. Only give me Japanese Twitter. Like, don't show me any other tweets. Only show me the Japanese tweets. Yeah, don't show me any English tweets. They're all terrible. But it is a very weird thing that for some reason the Japanese actual like creative people actually tend to be on Twitter and actually be pretty serious about it. Yeah, and actually have like an actual conversation, people and so on, and so on, and actually write back and not only the tweeters. Remember, for example, that communist guy. There was this communist historian, right? There was defending the Yasuke thing, which no one actually believed in. But he also wrote to me. Yeah, I was like, "You're wrong," blah blah. He's like, "No, this is the right thing." So he also actually debated people on Twitter. Yeah. So for some reason, the Japanese Twitter users, they're very different. Yeah, because you can actually write to like a Japanese historian and be like, "Your book is wrong." He's like, "Well, let me tell you why I was wrong." And they would actually come back to you and be like, "No, you were wrong." So, but you only get that from the Japanese. Yeah, they're actually very active on Twitter, all of them. And will try to like debate you and so on. Yeah, it's really strange compared to the rest of the world because no one else does that basically. I feel that the American author are more like, "Here's my new book, buy it," right? Yeah, and they will just ignore everyone. They won't even they would be like, "Don't talk to me," kind of. But he though, as a side note, that was really really funny, right? So this guy that is like an historian, so to speak. He decided to defend Yasuke, but then immediately it came out that he was like a hated communist, that no one in Japan liked him, and he was like already before this thing was like defamed, and everyone was like, "No, this guy is crazy," right? This guy is a complete loon, and yeah, this block you instead. That's what they do in America. This block you, yeah. But it was similar, I think this person's name is Hashimoto. For some reason, I think you remember that. But just last week, right, we had this half Japanese person coming out defending again then Ubisoft Assassin's Creed. And the same thing there. This person turned out to actually work at SBI, right? And had been banned basically also from the video game industry. But that's I think it's so funny too, and that's something people seem to not understand that, right? It is really not that easy to come out and you say that, oh, I support X thing, you know what I mean? With having that baggage, people will immediately figure out who you are, right? So that's also very weird. This person was like, well, I am Japanese and I support Yasuke. And then the next day is like 5,000 tweets being like, well, actually, you are, I suppose, Japanese, but you're also like, you know, we're this and part of the, you know, this political party, and it's all this stuff. Yeah, people immediately are like, well, you are incredibly biased. So yeah, it's really weird, and not to dwell too much on it here now, but I think it is really funny, right? I made a video about that. I think it's really funny that Thomas Lockley, the guy that wrote the book about Yasuke, where everything is a lie in it, like everything, almost literally 99% is a lie, right? Completely. He wrote that, and he was fine, you know. No one exposed him for like 4 or 5 years, but then when the game, right, was released the book, all the gamers were like, no, let me read this book. Yeah, it's just so weird that book had been released, I think, 5 years before, you know, this year. Yeah, like I think 19, right? And for 5 years, no one really said this book is completely bullshit. Yeah, and I was like, yeah, okay, you know. But then when there was a use for a game, people were like, let's basically read this book. And then every historian was like, this book is complete lie, right? No one believed in it. Yeah, and I was like, what is it? Complete bullshit. Yeah. So that is so weird too. That it feels like, as long as no one is really critical of them, it's fine. But as soon as one person is like, I think he's lying, and suddenly it becomes this giant snowball of everyone being like, okay, let me go into this actual book, right? But yeah, I mean, Dragon Maid is awesome. That is one of the best animes ever. It's unfortunate though that company, Kyoto Animation, is a great company, all right. But unfortunately, they work with one of these like hardcore copyright people in Japan. So I had to remove all my own videos because they're giving a lot of strikes to people over the years for Dragon Maid and other animes too that they make. So you basically can't do like Kyoto Animation stuff on YouTube. You can. I mean, it's like how it is, right? Off YouTube, you can do it, but it's very likely you will get a strike eventually. Yeah, but that's what I mean. I've seen the trailers, all right, but I can't do like I can. But you know what I mean. I can do a reaction or a review to the trailer, but then I also might get a strike. That is like 50-50 chance. You know what I mean? So it's like way too risky. It's unfortunate. It's one of those companies that have completely like gone, you know, like burn everything down when it comes to that stuff. So it's really important. So yeah, but I love Dragon Maid. I have my Kana figure, of course, on the table over there, of course. Kana-chan. But Dragon Maid is a really good anime. And also, it's an anime where season 2, I mean, I like season 1, of course, but the second season is even better. It's one of those animes where I think that the second part is much better, actually. Like, it's really good season 2. Even that you can't even do with some animes. You know, I got like 12 strikes one time from the Gakuen High School anime, and there were several videos not showing the anime. So even not even showing the anime might not even work. Right? Some of these companies, they're so crazy. So you can literally upload a video, just me talking, not even showing any of the anime, and the thumbnail might still just be me, not even showing the thumbnail. But we call it, you know, like Dragon Maid 7 episode reaction. That might be enough for them to be like, no. Yeah, that might be enough for them. Not maybe with Dragon Maid, but with this other anime, that was like enough for them. So it's even crazier than that, right? But that also shows you, of course, that they don't actually follow the law themselves, right? Because they have to actually review, of course, your content before you send you a DMCA complaint, right? So obviously, if you don't even show their anime, they can't sell it. I mean, they shouldn't sell it, but they can still do it, right? So they clearly haven't done their due diligence, but that's just a problem with YouTube, right? That YouTube basically is like, you are guilty until proven innocent, right? but yeah, obviously Lulu is the one that gives. Oh, I agree. Lulu is of course the whole anime. I agree. Lulu is of course the whole anime. Absolutely. No, but I don't know. I think actually the best part, the best episode of the season, it is maybe it's when Toru and Elma in the kisses when they have the dragon kiss fighting. When they're doing this weird thing. That's a really good episode. When they have this weird, they have this like hate, love, Sundra, like fight, right? Where they both kind of make out in a weird way. That's a good scene. But the best episode is probably the one with out in the forest. I love that scene so much too, right? They're out in the forest with Kana. So one they get lost or whatever, or she can't find them, and she's running in the forest, being like, "I gotta find the children," and she sees like Thor laughing at her, and she sees like Thor like, oh, "You can't even take care of children." That's so good. She's having this like mental breakdown, like, "No, Thor is gonna make fun of me." And she's like running around in circles until she turns into a dragon and starts destroying the forest in like a panic. Elma is like, "No!" And then she becomes like a giant, her dragon form, and it's like, "Children!" Like, that is the best scene in the whole anime. When Elma has this like, forest freak out. So I wish I could show you guys here on the screen now. I'm talking about, but now I'm probably get copyright strike. Oh, it's so good. Oh yeah, she beats the bear and so on. It comes like Kuma bear, and she's like, "I will kick your ass." Yeah, so on, guys. Oh god, see, I wish I could remove this in here and show you, but I can't. I won't take chat for that thing. That scene is so good. That scene where she's running, right, and it's like 5 Taurus behind her laughing at her. You know what I mean? It's like 5 Taurus, like laughing here, like around her. Like, yeah, it's like Taurus like flying around, like ghosts around her. And I'll be like, "Oh, you're a failure." That is the best scene. And Elma is just getting like a complete mental breakdown. Like, that is... Oh, I love that anime. Oh god, that is 11 out of 10 scene. The opening is great, of course. Also one of the best opening. Yeah, exactly. He has to be like, "No!" Yeah, she's like, "A dragon!" Oh yeah, and actually, she recognized Elma because she's a bath or something in the lake. Yeah. She's like, "Isn't it the Loch Ness dragon?" or something like that. She's like, "Oh, isn't it the dragon we saw at the park or something?" It's something like that. She recognizes her. It's something like that. And she's like, No. Yeah. And she keeps saying like, "Oh, boys these days." He's like, "I'm following the ley lines. Oh, yeah, dungeons." Oh. Yeah. But she's too innocent, not the truth, right? But yeah, Dragon Maid is fantastic. Dragon Maid, I love Dragon Maid. Otherwise, the best work, of course, from Kyoto anime would be Silent Voice, of course. I had the movie already, of course. And Silent Voice, like the best movie ever, right? No, the manga is better, though, I suppose, but yeah. That is fantastic. That's one of those animes, I can watch a trailer and start crying immediately. The friend, Chloe. Her name is Chloe. The blonde one. The Saikawa's rival. Yeah, her rival, The Kana's other friend, yeah. Kana's other friend she befriends. She knows. Chloe-chan. Oh yeah, of course I've seen all that stuff. That's so good too when Toru's in the background. Toru's hiding. What is that episode? She meets Chloe in New York, and then Toru is hiding in all the background frames. Yeah, Toru is like standing behind people and so on. Man, that Dragon Maid is fantastic. Yeah? Gonna rewatch Dragon Maid. I'm after this stream now. Immediately I'm gonna go and rewatch that scene when Elma freaks out now, and she runs around in the forest and is screaming and like, "Yes!" It's fantastic. But I think that Dragon Maid, as a side note, right, it's an interesting anime because if we ignore all the comedy, whatever, it's also kind of wholesome, right? And it has this weird fighting. So Dragon Maid is one of those animes where I feel it's mixing, several genres, kind of on the different sides, which is interesting. Well, I mean, I guess Saikawa might share something, but maybe she's like, open for all of it. I don't know. Still though, I feel she's a rival though. I feel she's a rival. But you know, another anime I really like, which I would love to see like a sequel to, right? Thinking about the time skipping here is of course Nonyon Byaru. Have you seen Nonyon Byaru? I hope you have, right? Because nothing can beat my Rengi, right? Where's my candy lady? Nothing can beat this thing. Here it is. No, this is the best. No, this is like... This is it, man. No, it's the wrong file format. Okay, let me just... Gotta throw it up. Okay, this image is like 1 pixel big. Wow. My god. What can I find a better image for? Whatever. Let me see... Okay, so the image is super tiny, but... You know, the very best of these animes are of course this scene here. Yeah, which is super tiny now, super bad quality. There we go, Candy Store Lady and Ringe. This is the ultimate anime. This is the ultimate whole... Haven't you seen this anime? Oh my god, you have to stun, you have to see this anime. You like Dragon Maid? This is even better than Dragon Maid. This is better than Dragon Maid. Ringe-chan and Candy Store Lady. Yeah, so Nonnon Byaru is a very similar anime to Dragon Maid, but of course they're not dragons, this is normal people. But it's very, very similar because, you know, it's like cute girls and they just hang out and so on, right? And it's very wholesome and so on. But the best ship is this ship. This is Candy Store Lady. Yeah, so she runs this candy store in this like the village you have, right? You know, and she sells toys and candy, right? And she's kind of mean, you know. She's kind of like, she's kind of aggressive and so on. It's a tough girl. She wants to make money. But the youngest main character then of this group of kids trying to follow, Rengi-chan, she's very nice to she's very nice to Rengi. Yeah, she only likes Rengi, the youngest kid, right? She's always like, oh, Rengi-swan. Yeah. So this is the best one because she's always trying to be this like hard ass, like, oh yeah, you're gonna pay for this, and you know. So it's trying to be this like, you know, tough like, you know, manager, like this is how you do it, girls. You owe me money and so on. Yeah, she's very like, you know, on the other girls' side. But every time Rengi does something, like, oh, he's money to Rengi. She can't be mad at Rengi, right? You know, she's her weak spot. So this is the best. In one of the episodes, you get this flashback when she was younger. She was like a babysitter for Rengi. Rengi was a baby, but Rengi is obviously older than in the anime. She was kind of her babysitter for a few years. So you had this like episode when they were younger and she's like raising Rengi like her bonus sister and so on. That is like the super wholesome scene ever, man. She's like, my little Rengi. But this is what I need a sequel for. I need more of this, man. I need more of Rengi-swan. But you would love this anime. It is very similar to Dragon Maid. Absolutely. Just more focused on that wholesome bit, right? But otherwise kind of comedic. And I mean, generally Nonnon Byaru is about like 4 girls living in this like small rural village in Japan, and they're all different ages, but it's such a small village that they all have to kind of just hang out together because, or in the same class, because it's only like one teacher and so on, right? And then they just kind of do random adventures like catching frogs or jumping in the river or whatever. So do this random adventure, right? Yeah. It's not. I mean, killing slime is also kind of wholesome, but that anime, I mean, that's more Dragon Maid. How they later is like a war or something, right? Even though it's kind of quickly solved, but yeah, Nonnon Byaru is only this part. There's no like, you know, there's no crazy magic. There's no like, here comes the Dragon Emperor. Nonnon Byaru is just pure like, we're just hanging out and she's cute and wholesome. Nothing ever bad happens basically. There is no like evil dad or something. There's no like when they cry or whatever. There's no like this is purely the good side of it. There's no like distraction of some like, oh no, she's a daughter of the dragon or something. She's the princess of the red dragon or something. No, this is like just pure like this. Another anime I'm thinking about is have you seen what's called like Hinamatsuru? Now I'm wholesome animes here. I kind of feel like when I make a top 10 wholesome list now of animes. But Hinamatsuru is also a very good anime about this guy raising his daughter. It's like Yakuza. That finds this like alien girl that he raises, and she's a complete moron. Hina then she's a complete annoying moron, and he's just like, oh no. Like, but it's also very wholesome. But the most wholesome one for Hinamatsuru is Ansu, right? This is older girl that is much better. This older alien girl that is much more wholesome and a better daughter and so on. And there's so many scenes he's like, why couldn't I get Ansu instead? I got the wrong daughter. I got the wrong alien daughter. Like, can I trade? No. Yeah, but come on, Doom is all nice guy, man. Doom, everyone knows that Doom is a sweetheart deep down. But have you seen talk about early? Have you seen my video about Doom though? Have you seen my latest video about Doom? Oh god, oh, that was a really good thumbnail though. Have you seen my Doom video, which I made last month? Oh, that thumbnail was just perfect. I think it's one of the best thumbnails I ever did in my life. Of all the YouTube thumbnails I've done, that is that thumbnail. I wonder if I have it here on this PC. I think so. Let me Google this. Dr. Doom. So we can find it. No, is it YouTube channel? But is it the actual Dr. Doom then? Dr. Doom. But have you seen my? That's my short about it. Damn it! What did I call the thumbnail then? Oh, I made like the greatest thumbnail. No, it was like I'm not white anymore. I made the videos about that Doom isn't white anymore. That they were angry, you know, people were angry, right? That they were casting Robert Downey Jr. as Doom because he's supposed to be not white anymore or something. Even though Doom is clearly always been a completely white character in the manga and in the comic books. I know his mother is like, you know, so to speak, but he's drawn as completely. No, it was a full video. It's a full video. No, it's a full video. But I'm just trying to find a thumbnail because the thumbnail was just beautiful. If I may say so myself, because you know how it is. You make thumbnails, but sometimes you make like, oh, this thumbnail is perfect. So I had like just Doom and a speech bubble saying that I'm not white or something, which is perfect. Here it is. Oh no, I missed it. Oh, I saw it there briefly. Oh, come on. What happened? I was a silly man. I named it. I didn't name it correctly. It's just called like 1112 or something. I was just lazy. I did this. Here it is. This is thumbnail. It's perfect, man. This is the best thumbnail I did this year. Come on, this is perfect. I made so many thumbnails this year. Sounds awesome. That sounds awesome. Yeah, straight out of Varia. But yeah. So this is the video then, right? So I made a video. This is thumbnail here. I made a video like I think about 2 months ago, and the whole thing, right, is that of course then, right? Robert Downey Jr. is gonna play Dr. Doom now, right, in the next movie, and yeah, the people got angry. When I say people, I mean certain people in a certain group of people got angry because they were like, "No, he's not white. This you can't cast a white man playing a white character." So this was super weird because the Doom is obviously a white man, you know what I mean? So it's like super weird. The people complaining that, wait, you have a white guy playing a white guy. Right? Like it didn't make any sense, right? It made zero sense to complain about this. Even with his mother, right? Even with Dr. Doom's mother, which is like undefinable what she's supposed to be, right? He's always looked super white. Regardless, right? And Robert Downey Jr.'s ancestry is actually Hungarian, apparently, which is Doom's also. Like Latvaria, he's supposed to be some kind of, Hungarian, Romanian, something, maybe. Yeah, so Robert Downey Jr. he's like Eastern, his father or mom or whatever is from Eastern Europe too. So it's like, well, he's actually like almost like literally Robert Downey Jr. is almost exactly what Doom would be from like some kind of European map, because I believe he literally is like his mom or something is from like that region too. So it's like hilariously how he's like the perfect fit for that. Because Robert Downey Jr. is like, his father is Jewish, and his mom is like German and so on. Yeah, like it's that. So it's crazy. He's supposed to be like some little bit Hungarian, German, Jewish, and so on, right? So yeah, like he's all like really in, like, more or less like to do, right? Because he's also like potentially Jewish or something in the comic book, right? Because there is, to be fair, Doom has this backstory, right? That he is like, being hated on, right, by some other people in Europe because he's like a mixture of these things as well. That's true. You gotta compare it around his own country. But have you ever seen? That reminds me of. Have you ever seen Ask a Ninja? But I was a young lad, right? I used to love this guy. Yeah, but I used to love this guy that was called Ask a Ninja. That basically was like a dude dressing up as like a ninja. And then he would like, pretend, or he was of course an actual ninja, yeah. He would have this stitch, he was like a ninja in every video. And he would just talk like, oh, I'm a ninja, and this is what ninja does. And he was a huge like YouTuber back in like 2006 or something, yeah. No, I feel no one talks about him anymore, but he has like a million subscribers. He's like 100 subscribers. But yeah, he used to be like one of the biggest YouTubers back in like 2006 or something, right? He was like the greatest. I love this guy. He was the greatest guy ever. He was like dressing up as a ninja. And he was like talking like, "Oh, I'm a ninja, assassinate people," He was almost in ninja character, right? And this video is like from freaking 18 years ago. This video is freaking 4 million views 18 years ago. Like, genuinely, this guy was like one of the first big YouTubers, like, ever. And his whole stage was like, he's a ninja bro. And he was always like, he got this, like, fan leathers, right? That obviously no one wrote, He had these, like, fake fan leathers to, like, hello, Mr. Ninja Master. That I know you're the best ninja ever. Can you please explain to me how you would assassinate, I don't know, Elizabeth or something? Oh, I will do this thing, bro. So then he would like go into this like rant how he would, do these ninja tricks and build this teleportation, and it was brilliant, man. It was brilliant. I love this guy. He was like one of the first like YouTube kind of bro things. He would sit there and be all crazy and so on, and yeah, it was beautiful. He was all hyperactive. He would sit there and like scream at the screen. Yeah, he was all like, he will sit there and be all like, this thing, and then this thing, and then this thing would happen. And he was all, yeah, this guy was like, come on, he was like one of the first YouTubers. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this guy was the same thing too. He would only answer everything as a ninja. He would always be like, I am always ninja. Yeah, he was like, I'm only. Yeah, he was always in character. Yeah, he was never not the ninja. He was always like Grandmaster Ninja dude, always. Yeah, he couldn't answer questions normally. Yeah, it was always like, I am Doom. Yeah. Oh, this is beautiful. I would love to do it too. I regret my dish channel. I should have done it too. Should always be in character. Should be another character always, only, never change. Oh. No, but that's interesting. I wondered if he gets copyright issues. Maybe he works for Marvel. Maybe it's all lies, man. Maybe he's a shield, right? Maybe he's actually hired by the Marvel, by Paul Feig, to pretend to be the Doom. Think about that. He might just be part of it. Part of the cabal. You never know, right? You never know. But I actually use one of the Ask a Ninja's explanations in my daily life. Because this is video he made. I hope it's all fake. I hope he works for Disney, okay? That's my theory. The Doom guy, he works for Disney. I think it's all a lie. I think he actually works for Disney. It's all a lie, man. He's a Dr. Doom. He would lie to you about that. It's all a scam, okay? It's all a scam. But anyway, I remember though from Ask a Ninja that I love his explanation of how to answer dumb questions, right? So this is one video he made like 20 years ago, which I still remember to this day, where he's basically like, how would I answer that question? Sometimes people ask me questions which can't be answered, and then he explains how it is to answer the question, right? So it's like, trying to explain this question is trying to explain Final Fantasy 8 to a lemon. Exactly, it doesn't make any sense. Like it's some stupid thing. Like he's like trying to explain FF8's storyline to, you know, a child. Yeah, it can't be done. You know, like it cannot be done. Like it can't be done. Okay, like I love it saying like, oh, it can't be done, man. It can't be done, bro. So like, you can't answer this question. No, it's like it's possible. See, I'm calling it. Oh, did I? What is his channel? What is his channel? What is it? From Latvaria. Straight out of Latvaria. Straight out of Latvaria. Why are these spies at the read and so on? He only has 3 videos though. What? He only has 3 videos. Yeah, straight out of Latvaria. Then he sits there at the Doom and so on. I see. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, I see it, guys. I see him. Yeah, I see him. Okay. I think it's obvious, okay? Hey, this is super obvious. Come on, this is super obvious. This guy here, he's working for Marvel, okay? He is paid by Marvel to sit there and pretend to be angry at Marvel. I'm telling you guys, he's only been active for 2 months, right? And has like high production all, oh, I am not the Doom. I'm telling you guys, he's working for Marvel. Exposed. I have no evidence whatsoever, but I feel that I'm right in this thing. As a true Doom fan, I know that I'm right, okay? Come on, it's clearly just a promotional strategy from Marvel. Clearly. This guy's being paid by Marvel, and that's how it is, guys. So when he's saying that, oh, I can't get monetized because Disney is suing me or something, that's not a lie. Because, you know, it's a lie because Disney is paying him already, yeah. I call it, guys. I call it. Clearly. Straight out of Latvaria is clearly working for Marvel. This is a hired goon for Marvel. I'm telling you guys. I'm telling you. The truth saying, man. The truth is out there, okay? It's the X-Files now. The truth is out there, guys. The truth is out there. Interestingly enough, too, now when I went to his channel, YouTube recommended myself, okay? Inception now, but interesting. YouTube recommended my channel when I close his channel. I see myself now here. Pretty interesting. Yeah, when I closed his video, YouTube was like, do you want to watch this video? I was like, yeah, sure, I guess. But I am pretty attractive. I'm telling you, this guy is dropped his channel a month ago. Yeah. I'm telling you, man. Straight off Latvaria. Yeah, he's like, oh, like Latvaria. He got all these like followings, all the drawings of Doom and so on. This guy is clearly working for Marvel. This is Paul Feig in disguise, man. It wouldn't surprise me if it actually is Robert Downey Jr. sitting in that video talking like he is Dr. Doom. That's what it is. That's how it is. No, I'm going even further, okay? I'm going even further here in my theory now, okay? So, this channel here, right? Straight out of Latvaria, okay? This is not only is this guy here a Disney guy, okay? He is actually Robert Downey Jr. having a new YouTube channel, right? Pretending to be the actual Doom, acting like it's an actual, Doom cosplay or whatever, pretending that he hates Disney, but actually working for Disney to produce these YouTube videos, right? And it's actually Robert Downey Jr. himself doing these videos. Makes perfect sense. He's in character, right? He's gone full circle, right? Never go full, yeah. Clearly. I have it now, guys. That's what it is. I know my Doom, so this is clearly the most accurate take on this thing. Yeah, see? It's so brilliant that it has to be true now. Yeah, it's so brilliant that this is the actual truth now. This is Robert Downey Jr. having a channel pretending to be Doom. It's the only reasonable explanation of this channel. Straight out of Latvia is actually Robert Downey Jr. working for Disney, and when he's pretending that he can't get monetized, it's all a lie, of course. He's just like, oh, Disney's against me because I'm such a good Doom. Yeah, it's actually part of his scheme, right? Yeah, part of his scheme. Remember that the Doom doesn't do plans; he does schemes, right? He's a schemer, yeah. So I'm telling you guys, I know my Marvel, man. I would have done the exact same thing though, if I was, what was it called? Whatever it calls that, director of Marvel or whatever the title is, Paul Feig, yeah. I would have done the exact same thing, right? 100%. Now, anyway, guys, let's close this stream here, and tomorrow, of course, we have the final episode of what's called Slime, right? Rimmaru's final bit, and then after, I guess, Rimmaru will very likely have a fourth season, right? I think that Rimmaru isn't Slime the most sold light novel of all time in Japan. So I'm certainly that we will have a season 4 of Rimmaru. I'll be very surprised if we don't have that. So tomorrow we probably have 5 episodes tomorrow, and it will probably announce like a season 4, right? I'd be very surprised about it otherwise. And then also, of course, we have the final bit of Nier, right? And I'm very interested in seeing how they're gonna solve the bit of Nier tomorrow. Actually, more than Slime, right? Because not to spoil too much here, right? But you see from them here, we have Maki fighting power, right? From them here, and that's how Nier ended last week, right? We have these two characters fighting. When you're playing the game, right, you decide who actually like wins the fight, because you can play either side, right? So we'll see. I think Nier tomorrow will be interesting to see how they're gonna solve that. There's actually the player, deciding who is like winning, right? Who's the evil one, so to speak. And I'm guessing they're gonna go with the both like double K or something, like a fighting game. The both, yeah. So I think it'll be interesting to see tomorrow. Genuinely, what will they do in the anime for Nier? Like how will they try to play that out, right? But I feel like it's either double KO or A2 will win. I have a hard time seeing them actually going for 9S. He's clearly the evil one, I would say. Yeah, that's a good point. Sorry, yeah, but obviously, yeah, Reed is evil. Everyone hates Reed, I agree. I never liked Fantasy 4, right? Fantasy 4 is a very weird comic where it's like the Doom is the only guy you actually care about, and the actual Fantasy 4 are all douchebags. Yeah, there's who actually likes the thing, actually, not really, like, come on, it was there. But anyway, yeah, yesterday they had the Stellar Blade Knee thing, right? I actually missed out on that. I saw it actually before the stream. I thought it was just like, I don't know, I didn't make a video about that because I just saw it, and I misunderstood first yesterday, so I thought it was gonna be, like, oh, you can dress up as, like, 2B in Stellar Blade. So I was like, yeah, whatever, but yeah, that interesting. Stellar Blade and Nier seems to be an actual DLC, right, with an actual map and so on, like an actual stage from Nier or something. But at first I thought it was just gonna be like a cosplay outfit for Eve, but no, it seems to be an actual stage, right, like the amusement park. So that is interesting. They seem to actually like throw it in there. That being said, as a side note, right, it is really crazy how much they have pushed Nier around everywhere. They have 2B is like playable in Granblue. All of them are like playable in what's called like Nikki, which is also the same company, of course, did Stellar Blade, so no surprise there, I suppose. and so on. Yeah, so they they love having to be in everything. Yeah, they're throwing around to be in everything. I read this comment earlier today. I think it was really, really funny. The song was like, the only way, okay? The only way, you heard it here first, guys, if I stole it from internet now. But, I say here, the only way, guys, to save Yasuke, the black samurai in Japan, right, you know, Assassin's Creed, the only way to save that game and make it sell millions of copies, right, is to actually have a rework on Yasuke and make him dress like 2B, right, you know, that's gonna be it, yeah. Nier cross Yasuke cross Assassin's Creed Shadow Teams. That's the only way we will ever buy that game, right, you know. You have to be as Yasuke, not a girl, not Yasuke, not to be that's the only way to do it. And again, not the assassin lady, no, Yasuke. He's gonna dress up as 2B. Then the game will finally sell. Yeah, that's the only Ubisoft. The Ubisoft stock will go, you know, rocket. So you can go like GameStop stock. It's gonna fly up 4,000% in one day, right? Yeah, it's like woo. Only way to save them. Seriously though, Ubisoft probably be bankrupt by this thing. Ubisoft. Okay. Lastly, turn off the stream because it's so funny. Ubisoft. Not going very good. It only ended at 14% though, so it wasn't that bad in the end of the day. It didn't end that badly, I suppose. But they actually went up a lot end of the day. Let's show you guys. See the videos up there and so on. Yeah, so in the middle here, it was really down a lot. Over 9. Yeah, it was over 9, but it actually went up to like 9.9. So it went up like that is 10%. You know, going from 9 to 9.9 that's a 10% increase from the bottom. So yeah, it ended at. So you can see it here. Ended at 13. So not that bad actually when it ended, but yeah, during the day it was roughly like 24%. Yeah, like a little bit here, roughly here in the middle. So it actually was down at 20% for a long time. It actually quite went up a lot in the end there. It actually jumped a lot in the last bit here. It actually went up like 10% back up again. So it's actually quite a remarkable recovery, honestly. Honestly, it's actually quite remarkable here because here it's down like 20% something, and then it ends at like 990. That's like, you know, 0.7, but that's like, you know, almost 10% in like an hour. So yeah, it was down way more actually during the day, but still 13 almost, yeah, more than 13% in one day though is still ridiculous. And I think one thing you have to remember, right, look at this thing here, one thing you have to remember, see if I can get the full screen there, that's good enough. One thing you have to remember here, right, with Ubisoft, sorry if I'm repetitive, is that this is just one day, right, and normally dropping like 30% for a stock is of course really bad. Like, it's massive, right? Anything more than 10% is a giant off the cliff, right? You know, in any kind of production, whatever you're producing, right? More than 10% is always like a giant cliff dive, right? But I think it's important to remember here with Ubisoft is they've already been down so much, right? You have to understand how incredibly bad it is because, again, they've already been down like I think 50% something this year, right? And then it still dropped another 13%, up to even 24% during the day, right? So that means they're dropping. They're already at rock bottom, right? And dropping even more. So that is incredibly massive drops. If you look at like it's a month, right? It's 42% in a month, which is insanely bad. And if you look at 1 year, then 66%, right? So normally dropping more than 10% is a ridiculous, terrible day, right? But having already lost like roughly then 40% or so, and then dropping another like 20% almost in one, and a little up in the end there, that is an incredible drop, right? Because you have already been sold so much that almost everyone that is still at the company, at holding the shares, right, or believing that we can't go further down now, it's already at rock bottom, we can't go further down, so I'm just gonna hold and water it out and wait for a few years, and you fall another 20% in like one day, yeah, that is an incredible fall. That is almost unheard of. I've seen, of course, worse companies, but this is an incredibly rare thing to happen, that you keep falling so much in 1 year. I mean, it basically is bankruptcy. Like, it's a genuine bankruptcy, right? And of course, if you look at 5 years, it's like 90%, right? 85%, yeah, in like 5 years. So it's a massive fall here from now 70 euro, 82 euros, and now it's like yeah, less than 10 euros. So that is an incredible fall. It's even bigger from top level. This counts from 70 euros, right? So it's like a 90% plus if you go from the absolute fall, then it's worse. If you look at max, then it's used to be, of course. So another way to look at it, this is a great tip actually, how to understand stocks, guys. So another way to understand how bad Ubisoft is doing, right, is that if you look at Ubisoft stuff from the beginning, it's sort of like €2. Okay, fine. So they're up in like 25 years. They're up, sure, fine. But if you look at, we're at 9.9 now. Okay, this will be ended today, right? Which is really, really bad. Now, if you go and look at when were we last 9.9, that is at roughly here then, 2013, right? So another way to look at this value is that we're roughly back at like 9 years back, right? The stock has fallen so much today that we basically lost 9 years of increase, right? 9 years of Ubisoft exists as a company has been dropped today in total value, right, from the last 9 years. That is crazy, but that. So basically, the last 9 years is voided, right? That's how terrible the stock is going. That's in a sense a better way to think about it. And also then if you go back further, they also had that value like almost 20 years ago, and then they had a bit up as well. So yeah, everything they had to get here, they gained so much little before Corona, and then max during Corona and so on. Yeah, all that's gone, right? So it's like almost 10 years of profit is gone, right? And with that, you have way more employees, more bloat, right, so on, and everything is not working for them, right? More Star Wars not working, so on. So you don't really have increased revenue, because sometimes you see companies falling so much, but the revenue stream and so on, income is actually higher, so it actually just an oversettlement. But in Ubisoft's case, they actually have probably a less income now. So I think, I'm not sure on this part, but I think they have less income right now than they had these things, because, not income, but total value, total increased value, because they might have a higher income today, but they also have a higher cost. So the total gain is lower, I think, than 9 years ago. But I might be wrong on that number, but I'm pretty sure on that too, because it's like they have like 10 times more employees, and so on, more bloat and more, and also like the Star Wars game costs money, right? Because they have to also buy the license fee for Disney and so on. So it's like all that money is also wasted, right? So it's probably they probably lost money on Star Wars so far, still probably, and obviously then Assassin's Creed is like a massive money lose so far, and they're delaying it even more lose per day and so on, right? So yeah. But I think this is an interesting. I would say so. The best way to probably understand how much has fallen is to understand that when was the last time we were that number. That's a better way I think about. I think instead of looking at the percentage, think about how many years have we lost in time. Okay, we're almost 9 something years, like 9.5 years, whatever, almost 10 years right back in time now, roughly speaking, a little more than 9 years in like company growth, right? So I think they lost money on Star Wars. Well, I'm pretty sure on that so far, at least, because the game didn't sell nearly enough. And you think about the cost for Disney, right, to buy and have the license and so on, it would cost them a lot of money. They have to sell probably a lot more copies. That's the win for Disney, because Disney kind of takes the cost up front, right? Disney is like, okay, but you can make our game, but you want to make a big AAA game, give me $100 million now then. They have like a huge up cost for it, right? Or they might have percentage. But I think Disney probably has like a mixture of that. So it's like, you have to give me this amount of money, and then also, of course, in perpetuity, you have to give me a little percentage. So Disney does both usually. I used to work for Disney, So I used to work for Disney, so yeah, I used to work there. So I never worked for Ubisoft, but I used to work for Disney. So that's kind of like I know a lot about that. I used to work for copyright Disney, so I used to do copyright for Disney, So But I can give you another example here, for example. Let's see here. Oh yeah, my god, it's so it's so weird. That is very weird. I don't understand why they hire these actors, right, for these terrible games, and then make them just really comparable to the actual actor. Like, what's the point, right? I mean, sometimes you hire an actor, and then you might make the game look prettier, right? Give her more sparkly eyes or whatever, right? But yeah, they hire an actor and then like uglify her face. Like, that is crazy. It's super, what's the point then? Why even hire a person at all, right? Very strange. But anyway, lastly, the video, guys. Give a good example here. I want to explain this to you guys. This is economics here. But this is Facebook, okay? Or Meta now then. Okay, so Meta. A very good way to understand why I bought the dip, right, in Facebook in this thing. So I bought Facebook here, right, when it has collapsed for the bad Meta news. Why did I do that? Well, same thing here, right? Meta was down at like 90, 100 or so, right, in 2022. That meant that if you go back then, Meta was basically back, like almost 10 years then, right? Like 8, 7 years old. It was back like many years, right, in like profit or valuation, right? It was back in like valuation. However, in Facebook's case, they actually had way more income and revenue. So even if the valuation was back like 7 years between here, the actual income the company had was like 5 times or 6 times ever. So I knew here this wouldn't stay, right? So I told my brother, okay, let's go buy some Facebook stock because like this here can't stay because this valuation doesn't correspond to reality, right? Like, it's way oversold. And now you see it's very high. I didn't follow the whole way up, but I followed a bit up. Right? So that's how you can think in stock market. Okay, this is way oversold because it's of the same value like 7 years ago, but it's actually the income is much higher, right? But in Ubisoft's case, it's like the same thing. It's back like 9 years later, but the income is lower, right? So he's like, oh no, this is terrible. Yeah, in Ubisoft's case, it's more like, okay, we're here now, but it's probably going to go further down, right? It's not going to go up again because no, the income, the valuation is actually probably still too high. Actually, delaying Assassin's Creed, right, which is their biggest seller, yeah, and the stock falls 20%, yeah, because that's the biggest seller. So the income is lower, right? Or the total gain, right? Because again, they have so many employees, they have increased, bloated, right? Way too many consulting, all this stuff, and their actual revenue is not even comparable. When again in Facebook case, the revenue is up like it was like 5-6 times over those years, something like that, right? So even if Facebook had, let's say, double their employees, right, they still had 5 times the revenue, right? So it's no problem, then, of course. But in Ubisoft case, it's like, oh, you have 10 times employees and you lost income. Okay, yeah, it's terrible. I think that if anything, that's really bad for company, right? If you increase the number of employees, right, so you get more and more bloated, yes, you're making less and less money, right? Because normally you get a lot more employees, your income will go even more up, right, and even faster because you get more and more stuff done and faster, more DLC and blah blah console. But in their case, it's been going like the other way. You have to hire more people, right? It's obviously gonna go like bankrupt eventually. It's short it probably, but yeah, it's just terrible. It's just like terrible. Sorry, I'm ranting a bit here, but yeah. Oh yeah, of course they blame it on all the stuff. Yeah, it's really weird. Well, don't get me ranting now on Dragon Age. Then I can never go to bed. I'm actually getting a hug and eat something. But I can say it briefly, right? Dragon Age, of course, is obviously is ridiculous because very briefly. I mean, I might make a video about it later when the game is released. Dragon Age and the whole controversy about the scarring and the tissue scarring and stuff like that is a really weird controversy. And of course, I agree with people that it's just ridiculous because the thing is that they're really sitting there claiming that, oh, this is the greatest like character creator ever. So you could have like post scarring on your breast or whatever. Yeah, you could like you can do this, you can cut this, you can do all this weird stuff in the game or do these things and so on, right? But at the same time, you can't give the female character like a big booty, right? You know what I mean? Like it's so stupid, yeah. Like a normal video game from the 90s, you can have some big, you know, you can be some, you know, yeah, big, yeah. You can have like a big booty, right? You know, that's the basic, right? And in this game, it's like you can do everything except have that, right? Which obviously is complete bullshit because then the developer has clearly like have not added the normal, you know, like increasing things in Tesla, and added all this like weird stuff instead that some people might like, I guess. But that's why it's such an incredible bullshit thing, right? Because they're claiming that, oh, this is for diversity and oh, everyone loves thing. But no, if everyone, or if you want to please everyone, you have to also have the giant, you know, the booby thing and the ass thing and the big muscle thing. Or that should also be there, right? You know, and it basically is only stuff for, you know, like if you're non-binary or whatever, right there. Which again, I'm fine with that. What I'm not fine with is the complete, you know, bullshit lies, right? If you're gonna add that stuff, you should also have the big booty or whatever. Yeah, you have to have both, right? You can't just have one of them and claim that you have the most diverse engine. It doesn't make any sense. And then it becomes that diversity means non-cis or whatever, yeah. Then it just means that when you say diverse, you mean non-white people, as it becomes English. Yeah, it is of course nothing like Dogma 2 or Neo 2 is very good. You know, Code Vein, right? Code Vein is very good. Code Vein is like surprisingly so good. You can make the guy with glasses and different hair colors and so on. Yeah. No, like the thing is that it sounds silly, right? It sounds like a really silly complaint to say that why don't you have a slider for her, you know, her muscular formation or whatever, so to speak. It sounds really weird to say that, but it's so clear in Dragon Age Will that they have removed basically the normal sliders, right, that you have in other games, like in Dogma 2 or in Neo and so on, where you can really like expand stuff or make the guy be really muscular. That stuff isn't there. The actual normal stuff that you have in character creator isn't there, right? And instead they have added like, you know, post scarring or something. It's like really, it's very very specific that like less than 1% of the player actually care about. And again, I think it's fine to have that, but you should also have the other stuff too, of course. That's what people actually, most people want to have. But convenience is surprisingly, convenience like absurdly, surprisingly well done conversation for like no reason. It's undeservedly too good. Yeah, like the actual game is pretty good too, but like its creation is amazingly good. You're like this is the best part of the game is the actual creator, not the actual video game. It is fantastic. It's super strange. Another thing, of course, which is also makes it really, really dumb, though. How can I say? As you mentioned, of course, what last thing here, which makes Dragon Age so incredibly stupid, and this is so dumb, right? Is of course that we have magic. See, I said it on Reddit on the Asmongold, and I got some into fight tips from his fans. Is that I have no problem, right, whatsoever. I want to be clear. I have no problem whatsoever with like trans character in Dragon game, right? I have no problem with you having, for example, born as a male and then you change to female, right? Ranma style, you know what I mean? With magic, right? I have no problem with that whatsoever. Why would you? That makes sense to me. If we had magic to change gender, right? If I could drink a potion and immediately become a woman, I would drink that potion. I am absolutely. Maybe I would change back to a man later, but if it was so easy and convenient to change gender, more people would do it. Absolutely. And you should probably go back and forth, right, and so forth, depending on the rules of this game with that, right? But Dragon Age just makes zero sense because you're like, oh, you have all this cool magic and so on, right? But why would you then have like post, you know, Operation Breast Reducing Scars, right? It makes no sense. This world has badass magic and it has really not very good medical stuff. That stuff is technology, right? They don't have that operation technology. There's no doctors really in that world. So who's even doing that operation? Yeah, there's no hospital. There's no modern, 2024 current year surgeons doing stuff. But you have magic. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Again, trans character in Dragon Age, that should be there with magic, drink a potion or whatever, change gender. That makes sense, right? Having like 2024 advanced technology to do like a surgery instead of using magic makes zero sense. Not only because the magic is way more convenient, so because you have the magic, you drink the potion, and you become a woman, way more convenient than having to do a surgery, and also leaves no scars, right? So that's really why I think that whole Dragon Age creator makes zero sense, because it doesn't fit into the actual game world. You would have gender bender, you would have trans people in Dragon Age, but again, they wouldn't have those like tissue scars. They will use magic to change gender, so they would have those scars, right? Like it objectively doesn't fit into the game world whatsoever. If it was like cyberpunk or a sci-fi game, right, it's high tech, then it might make sense that you would have to have some kind of surgery to do it, right? But even then, it doesn't make much sense either, because if it's like future sci-fi, right, you would imagine that you could change gender with technology without getting tissue scars, right? Because the doctor would better, so you wouldn't get any scars. So it's very, very weird, and it's completely immersion breaking, right? Because again, if you make a future game, then you're gonna have better doctors, better surgeons, better technology, so you won't get scars. If it's magical, fantasy world, dark, whatever, then you have magic change gender, so also no scarring. So you basically will only have scarring if it takes place on our current time, right? So the game would have to be like modern, modern like America 2024, right? Which of course you can make that game, right? But you haven't made the game. You have made a game taking place in like medieval fantasy. So it doesn't make any sense. And everyone knows that. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows that. It's so stupid. It's kind of like that meme, right? Where you see a woman in a wheelchair. You know what I'm talking about? It's like a mage. It's like a elf lady in a wheelchair, right? Like, it doesn't make any sense, because if you have healing magic, you probably wouldn't have a wheelchair. You would just fix that, yeah. And the whole idea is like, oh, but what about disabled people? Yeah, but if I was disabled and I was living in this like fantasy world, I would be like, can you heal my legs, bro? And sure, I mean, you would have to explain like why can't they? You would have to like explain why can't they fix the legs, right? It is one thing that maybe you can't like revive people. Maybe you have it'd be one thing if like maybe you can't resurrect people, right? There's some limit to it. But you would have to really hardcore explain how is this person in a wheelchair, because we have healing magic, right? We have healing magic. How would you like? How would you get there, right? Yeah. The miracle thing is, well, I guess Eri could like revert her body. Yeah, that's true. At this point in my academia, it would feel like Eri would be able to like revert her wounds. But isn't the same thing with Endeavor 2 though? Like, I will spoil a little bit, I spoil too much of this. But isn't the same thing with Endeavor? Like, he's getting all his scars and his arm and so on. Wouldn't Eri be able to fix that too? But she hasn't done that. Like, wouldn't she be able to like fix him as well, right? So, but that's a problem with someone like Eri in a storyline where she has like time healing. She can heal everyone, as we saw right in the recent episode when, of course, All for One then reverted his age kind of thing. So, yeah, it is a problem. And in any anime where you have someone who has got like amazing healing powers, because her healing power is based on time, right? So her powers is like infinite. So it's like, yeah, why don't you just return her leg, right? Yeah, it is kind of stupid. It is kind of weird. Yeah, he did though. The bad guy did. I don't know, no, bro. I'm probably not gonna watch the anime. I mentioned earlier, I don't feel I'm gonna care. The loner life. I'm gonna watch it actually. You know what? I'm gonna turn off the stream soon and make some food, and then I actually probably watch it. But I don't think I will make a video about it unless if I really like it or really hate it, I guess. But I won't react to it. No, I won't react to it. But I'll make a video about loner life if it's really good. Yeah, I'll check it out, and if I like it, then I will make a video about it. But I think the wheelchair stuff is dumber though, in a general sense, right? Because the thing is that, yes, Eri got this amazing like time healing magic, sure. But the wheelchair thing in like a magic setting makes less sense in general, right? Because you have a lot of healers, right? You have priests, and you have clerics, and you have monks or whatever. You have a bunch of people that can heal, right? So you have 5,000 healers in the city kind of thing. So you have a bunch of these people that should probably be able to fix the legs, right? So it's really this weird thing where like, why can't anyone just fix her legs? She's a mage elf in a wheelchair. Like, how is that a thing? Yeah, it's like it just seems so silly. So you would have to really explain, right, why they can't fix it. It had to be, for example, like spoilers then for Naruto, guys. Okay, like for example Naruto. It would be like, oh, why can't Orochimaru use his jutsu? Well, his soul arms, right, got taken, right. The third Hokage, right, sacrificed his soul, right, like his arms, right, to the death god, So even if Orochimaru goes to Kabuto or some other, healing jutsu, he can never use his arms, right, because he doesn't have a soul anymore. Right? He lost his like arm of his soul, so he only has half his soul. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of a silly thing, but actually that made a lot. Naruto was quite brilliant in that sense, right? Because they actually did explain how the bad guy, even though he's like an amazing healer or whatever, himself as well, right? He couldn't heal his own arms because he lost his soul, right? Like half his soul, so he couldn't heal the arms of the soul. Yeah, but it has to be like really explained why it can't be happen, right? It has to be like really good explained then. Or either you have very limited healing magic, or it has to be explained like I said with Orochimaru, like you can't heal him because you cannot heal his soul. You know what I mean? Like it has to be like a very specific thing then. Oh, you can't heal her legs because her soul legs are gone or something. Yeah, it's like some very weird detail on it. Yeah, but I think the problem is with that meme, right? With like an elf mage lady in a wheelchair in a D&D or kind of like that feeling, is it's very like video game focused. So it's very much like, well, you have a bunch of healers. It's like World of Warcraft. You have like 5 billion healers in this game. You know what I mean? It's like healers everywhere. Yeah, it's like in this game everyone's healing, right? Healing, DPS, and tanking. Yeah, so it's like we have a bunch of healers though. So it's not, that shouldn't really be a problem here. Yeah, it's like we have a bunch of powerful healers for different healing schools or whatever. But that's clearly how that. If we go back to the topic, that's clearly how the Dragon Age thing feels, right? Which is like, why couldn't someone just change the gender with magic? And it's even, but I think even, but I would go so far to say that the healing with the gender bender thing is even dumber probably than the wizard thing, because at least in the wheelchair thing, at least you could probably explain it by like the Orochimaru thing. No, but her soul got damaged, so you can't heal it, right? But when it comes to someone being trans in a medical setting, that is like something to do voluntarily. So I think it's basically even less actually, right? Because if you want to change your gender and you're going to your medical doctor, right? And you want to do it your purpose, you want to do it on purpose, right? So it's even less likely that they would, mess it up, right? Because it's one thing that you go to war, you're fighting the demon lord, and the demon lord has this like soul cutter, so it hits your legs, and now you can't walk anymore. You know what I mean? But if you're going to your medical trans doctor, right? Why couldn't she just give you like a body, change your body, right? Because you want her to adapt your body. So why would she leave you with tissue, right? Yeah, it makes less sense because you probably have some magic to kind of take care of that. Yeah, like you. It's just so weird. But yeah, you put the armor so. But I mean, it makes even less sense, right? Think about it. It makes even less sense because your example too is that he did this thing to himself, or that thing, or it's like some action, it's a war, it's to escape a trap, right? In a lot of those sense, you can still fix it, right? But here in this case, it's like you were actively going to the magician to change gender, right? So it's even less likely that they wouldn't be able to do it because it's like, well, if this is a occupation I have in this magical world, right, is to fix people's gender or whatever, I probably would advance that magician school, right? And they are willingly letting me morph their bodies, right? So it's less tissue and so on because I'm willing to be doing it as a, so kind of because they want to do it, right? So it's even less likely to not work compared to like someone breaking your arm and then you go to a healer to fix it afterwards. So it's like super weird. Yeah, it's yeah, and that's a good point too, because of course like Dragon Age it's like World of Warcraft. You have people that can transform into dragons and so on, and you have dragons that can transform into humans. For example, in World of Warcraft, right, all the dragons, the prime dragons, right, can become, elves or humans or whatever, and they can even decide what to become to, right? So most of them are like elves, right? They can also turn into humans and so on. So, and they can decide that by themselves, yeah. So why wouldn't they be able to like transform also gender, right, or whatever? Yeah, like why would if they can change race, and I'm not being like black and white, I mean like elf or dwarf. Yeah, they can alter the body between like dwarf and elf and human and like giant or whatever. They can also probably then change the gender, right? Yeah, it's like really weird, yeah. No, it doesn't make any sense. No, it makes complete, yeah. But I said earlier, yeah, it makes complete zero sense, right? That's why it's so weird too, right? You really feel like who can work on this game? And I know that the director is like trans or whatever, right? But it just feels like even if she herself then has that body or whatever, right? which I guess she has then, right? That's how it seems, and that's also fine. But shouldn't she realize that again then, right? Her operation in current year Earth, right, doesn't correspond to magical Dragon Age word. Like it doesn't make any sense because again, they don't have that operation. They don't have that like medical technology in Dragon Age whatsoever. So it's like it doesn't make any sense to like assume that their body would be like hers in that game. Like it just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Like it's just so obvious. But it really feels like the game director, right, is like forcing her kind of body into the game, even though yeah, like that's not probably how it would go out in that world, or something like that. It feels very much like the most obvious self-research, right? That this is how I look exactly, right? And like a random side note, right? I worked in this game, and then I left the company, so whatever, right? But then a few years later, this game hasn't come out yet, but they show it on trailers and so on, right? So I'm looking at the trailer of this game that I worked on like 5 years prior to leaving, whatever, right? But I'm looking at the trailer, and I immediately see one of the female characters in this game looks exactly like one of the artists in the game, right? Because obviously I knew I worked at the company. So I'm just like, really? You know what I mean? It's that kind of feeling, right? Where you see a trailer in this video game, right? And you know that, well, okay, that's clearly Vanessa, okay? Vanessa, I know you for 5 years. That is 100% your face, your hair, your nose. This is just bullshit, right? And I mean, you can do it if you want to, but it feels really narcissistic, right? Oh, you made yourself in the game, 100%. Like, you didn't even try to pretend it's you. You know what I mean? Like, oh, one of the female main characters is the artist herself. Ooh, it's that kind of feeling, right? Because I hadn't seen the game for like 5 years, right? And I just worked in the beginning of it. He's kind of designed the general, whatever gameplay, right? I haven't seen like the finished, like the character art or whatever, the models. So I'm just like, it just feels very cringe, You're like, oh, well, that's clearly her, right? Obviously, her name isn't Vanessa. Big point, yeah. I knew immediately, always that woman, yeah. I was like, that is 100% her. I was like, whoa, kidding, embarrassed. It's kind of like embarrassing, right? Oh, come on. People will clearly know that, right? That's how it feels with Dragon Age, right? Like the director is like, that is me. Yeah, put me in the game. That's how it really feels like. I have to be in the game myself, exactly my body, yeah. It doesn't matter if it's like fits or not. It doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter whatsoever. It has to be me, exactly me. Exactly, I have a mole on the left cheek there. Yeah? It's like, exactly, I have a birthmark on my finger has to be in the game, yeah. That's kind of how it feels, right? Remember that, yeah, exactly, Mario definitely should be auto, 100%. But remember, was it like Starfire's daughter? You're talking about, right? Starfire, obviously, then, DC comic character. There was some author, right? She made like this really terrible comic with Starfire's like daughter that hates her mom, but for whatever reason, of course she hates her hot mom, right? It's a famous hero, yeah. Normal children behavior, right? Of course you hate your mother no matter what, right? Even if your mom is like a famous hero that saved Earth 10 times, but you hate her anyway. But anyway, it turned out, right, that the writer looked. Yeah, I'm on Starfire, yeah. And yeah, I'm on Starfire. And the author or writer there, right? She looked exactly like the daughter. Like, exactly. The same hair, black hair, the same kind of, the clothing. It was just like, whoa. That kind of cringe feeling. Like, where you're like, that is you, 100%. You put yourself in your own art, 100%. That is just really cringe. That is exactly how my game looks now. Then with one of the characters that I haven't. I mean, again, I was very briefly. I don't care about the game. I was working on it for like a few months before I left the company. But I was like looking at it now. I'm like, oh, cringe, man. She put herself in the game, 100%. Yeah, she's like, you know, super cringe, super cringe. Yeah, I mean, it's one thing, right? It's one thing. I don't know, but I would feel it's less cringe, right? If someone made their mom or their dad or their sister in the game, that feels more like a homage to your family, maybe your wife or something. That's like the more normal thing, right? Like someone names the female character after their own wife or something. That feels like the normal thing to do. But yourself, one to one, yeah, that is super cringe. Like, oh, I'm putting myself into it. Nah, that's cringe, man. It should be like, perhaps like that. But even that, I can feel can be cringe sometimes too. It depends on how you do it. But doing yourself is always just a failure. Yeah, it just feels like so you like, oh, I have to be in this project. Yeah, it just feels terrible. And oh man, but again, that's how I think Dragon Age is, right. Dragon Age is like the director's like, I have to have myself in it 100% one to one. You have to be able to make like her body exactly right or whatever. You have to make, yeah, like you have to make it perfectly fitting of that person, which seems really weird. And I don't get it too because and I think too, like when it comes to character creator, right? Maybe it's just me, but I feel like I never make myself. I don't know how you guys feel, but I have never made myself. Yeah, maybe I'm just not a narcissist, like some people are, but I have never ever made myself in a character creator. First of all, I usually make a waifu, right? I rather play a female character, right? I'm gender bending it, right? Some guy, of course. I feel like I'm more. I tend to make more like my ideal wife if anything, right? But yeah, if I make a female character, yeah, I never felt like I ever made myself. I think it's kind of weird. I think that feels like honestly, like if we go into politics, that to me also feels like a left thing to do. That to me always feels like a left leading thing as well. Honestly, I have to make myself. Yeah, I feel that the ordinary gamer is just like, no, I just make what I want to see, right? And I feel, as you call them, like game tourists, right? People that don't even like games, the Kotaku of the Island world, the people that actually don't even like video games, yeah, they wanna play themselves. You know what I mean? It's just kind of weird. Yeah, I feel like the ordinary gamer doesn't even make themselves in a game, right? And if you make yourself, so to speak, you don't make exact yourself. You make yourself, but you make yourself more muscular. You make yourself, but your bicep is double. Something like that. As a kid growing up, you don't make like yourself exactly. You make yourself, but you're more attractive. You're bigger. You're stronger, right? You got bigger up-eyes. Yeah, everything is bigger basically, right? Most of the time. If it's really weird to me, I have never seen any of my friends ever make themselves growing up. Like this is exactly me. That to me is very strange, and it feels like again a very like video game tourist thing to do, right? Like one of these things that non-gamer will do. Yeah. You can make yourself, yeah. But it's really strange. I don't know. What if I ever done that? If it's to me that sometimes I make myself. You know what? Okay, I have one example here. When I played Baldur's Gate, right? Like my second character that I made, like the fourth character, whatever. I made a few characters. Then I made myself a little bit. I made it drow, right? He was human, so it was kind of like I'm making myself if I was not a human. You know what I mean? So he has my hair, and kind of my beard a little bit, but he's not. He's like a drow version of me, like a little bit like that. Like yeah, but that was my first character. There was like after I made 3 or 4 characters, like I'm gonna make something crafting, but that's kind of like just fun. Like okay, can I make someone that looks kind of like me, but I'm changing, like the race and so on. Yeah, like get into that. He's like elf or something. You know what I mean? Yeah, a little bit like that, perhaps. Maybe something like that. But very rarely would I ever. And I feel like if I ever do myself, it's more like that. What if I was a woman? More like that, yeah. What if I changed my gender to a woman? How would I look? Probably like this. I feel it's more like that. What if I was an elf, a dark elf? Then I probably would look like that. I feel it's more like that, right? If anything. But honestly, oh yeah. Otherwise, I also make waifus, right? Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, I always make the waifus otherwise too, right? Absolutely, absolutely. But I remember having this discussion with my friends so many years ago, like 20 years ago, and I feel everyone always was like, "Yeah, of course you make the waifu." We didn't say waifu by days, but you know what I mean? Because it was like, well, yeah, you're gonna play this character for let's say 100 hours, right? Wouldn't you rather check a waifu out than some ugly muscular dude? Yeah, it was kind of like, yeah, I'd rather stare at a waifu playing the game. Just from a general visualization, it's like, well, yeah, I'd rather have that to look at. you know? I remember my friend like playing World of Warcraft. It's like, well, obviously you want to play a female mage, right? So you can look at the elf booty or something like that. It's kind of like that. Yeah, you're like, why would I? Yeah, it feels very strange, honestly. This could definitely be its own video. I feel. Think about it more. But this is an interesting topic. I feel genuinely. Who makes themselves? And I really do think it comes back a little bit to that political, gamer tourist, because I feel like the people I know never do this thing. So I feel the only people I ever hear making themselves are exactly these, like, again, Kotaku, IGN, these like fake, gamers, yeah. They make exactly themselves. The ones that make themselves all the time. Oh, it's very strange. But anyway, I gotta go, guys. Yes, of course it's happened. Bleach is back. And I already seen the at 90 minutes. So I saw it on Anime Expo. But I'm gonna react and review to the course anyway next week. And I don't know what to do. It'll be a very long video. But yeah, at Zero is of course the most hyped things that again, right? End of the video. By far the most. I might even make 2 videos per week on Zero, maybe 3 even. But I mean, I might even make a review reaction right on the same day. We will see. But yeah, I'm very hyped for Zero, absolutely. So, and I know some people, Fraudlad, he makes like preview videos every week. And they actually worked pretty well for him. I mean, he does buy views though, so it's hard to say. But I might try that sometimes. He actually watched the preview the next day, right? I think it is something like that. And actually, he got like a lot of views on that. But again, he buys views, so hard to tell. But it might be something to try out on. Maybe, right? Maybe. Yeah. But anyways, so you guys see you guys tomorrow with the course and the final of what Nier